All right, I'd like to call this meeting to order for the Corporation of the Township of Puslinch on November 3rd, 2021. I will start with roll call. Councillor Bulmer.
Present.
Muted. There we go. Councillor Goida.
Here.
Councillor Spoulos.
Present.
And Councillor Bailey. I didn't hear you, but I saw you move your. Is your audio working, Councillor Bailey? No. It was when you first started. You work on that. Try it now.
Test.
There we go.
Okay.
All right, perfect. And we'll now have our moment of reflection. All right, that concludes our moment of reflection. Ms. Hoyt Fox, could you read out the confirmation of the agenda, please?
The council approves the November 3rd, 2021 agenda, and that council approves the addition to the agenda as follows. Schedule A and Schedule B to report item 9.3.3, report ADM 2021-071, Highway 6 Mid-Block Project Interchange Project Concession 7 Agreement.
Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Yeah, okay. All in favor? Councillor Bulmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
Favor.
Okay, do we have any disclosure of pecuniary interest today? Not seeing any. Okay, with council's indulgence, I know this is troublesome sometimes, but I'd like to move up. We'll do the delegation first. Then I'd like to do, I believe it's 10.5, which is Mr. Mitchell for the extended hours for Dufferin. That one will be relatively quick. And then we're going to go to Megan Ferris for the county reports, which one will come out of the minutes, and the one I believe is on our agenda for today. I hope that's okay. We'll just make sure everybody's following along. Ms. White Fox, are the delegates in the gallery?
Yes, they are. I can move them over.
Thank you. Is it 2 or 3? I think 3 were listed in the, or is it just 2? Not there. Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Doug
There's 3. One
And
more.
Doug Ald. Yeah. Welcome, gentlemen. I don't know if you're planning on turning on your video for us or not. So, you know, Doug or Ranjit, or there's Doug. Spatter and Rich. Morning. Which one of you would like to start with the delegation?
I will start.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Worship, Mayor Sealy and members of council, I hope you can hear me. Good morning. I am Ranjit Singh, a retired physician living at 135 Hume Road in the township. With me are 2 adjacent neighbors, Mr. Rich Baggerman and also Dr. Douglas Auld, who are on the panel now. I will be the principal speaker, and if time and convenience allow, Mr. Baggerman may wish to make a few comments, but we'll see how it goes. I welcome the opportunity to speak to council about our neighborhood concerns regarding safety issues on Hume Road. This road carries the name of a respected farming family in Puslinch and has become a very desirable and fast developing residential area, as you know. Several years ago, at great expense, no doubt, this road was extensively repaired and resurfaced. The residents have been very grateful for this fine job. Since then, unfortunately, the road has become a significant connecting link or commuter pathway for traffic entering or exiting Watson Road, as well as for traffic coming in from Acton via Arkle Road or from County Road 34 via the Nassagaweya town line, and of course the reverse. Over the last 10 to 15 years, the volume of vehicular traffic has increased significantly. With this has followed several safety issues which affect the residents, and I would like to outline these at the moment. There is an increased vehicular traffic volume caused not only by cars, but also by trucks, vans, and large construction equipment. It is felt, as I mentioned before, that a large volume of this traffic is caused by persons using this road for access and commuting. Together with this has been an increase in dangerous speeding of many motor vehicles, significantly exceeding the current speed limit of 60 kilometers per hour. Inconsiderate and dangerous parking of large vehicles along the road can also narrow access and create hazardous sightline problems as we approach many of the 5 hilly areas on the road. Residents often walk along this road for exercise, often with relatives, children, or dogs. This can be hazardous since there are no pavements and there's very little lighting, as we might expect on a country road. Visibility is significantly hampered by poor sightlines due to the hilly area sections. Note that this road is also used extensively by hobby cyclists, usually in the summer or early fall. They usually operate in groups, and this road has become a favorite locale for this cycling activity. We also have wheelchair-bound residents who need to use the road for exercise, and in one particular case, to play with their children or to pick up mail across the road. These persons would be unable to move quickly in an emergency to avoid a speeding vehicle. The dangerous and inconsiderate speeding of vehicles presents a recipe for disaster on a daily basis. There are also regular school bus pickups along this road, and again, this poses the need for extra caution and good visibility. Of concern, perhaps a little different problem, is the presence of the unregulated train crossing running across this road. The presence of a simple stop sign is simply inadequate, as we have shown, or we can see, when compared to recognized standards for railway crossings. That, Mr. Mayor and councillors, is the gist of my argument, and I will summarize. What I've said is that there are significant safety issues on Hume Road as outlined above. Major hazards now exist for the residents, and the main issues are the speeding of motor vehicles and the endangerment of pedestrians by day or by night. We respectfully suggest that reducing the speed limit to 50 kilometers an hour would go a long way towards alleviating the situation. This should be accompanied by appropriate enforcement and signage warning of many hidden entrances and visibility dangers approaching hilly areas. Appropriate traffic calming measures might also be considered, as well as the council's advocacy in having the railway crossing regulated. Mr. Mayor, councillors, many thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Do either of the other two delegates wish to add anything to the comments?
Mr. Baggerman would like to speak.
Sure,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Baggerman.
Ranjit. Yeah, it's very concise, Ranjit. Thanks for that. Yeah, I'd like to add that I've lived here for 18 years. And I deal with, like Ranjit, every day with these 5 blind hills. And a blind hill we define as a hill that's able to hide a car or a truck or a school bus. And so I live on the 3rd blind hill from Watson Road. And every time I pull out of the driveway, I feel that I'm at risk. I know I'm at risk because the cars come up very quick over the blind hill. And if they're traveling in excess of 70 or 80 kilometers an hour, I'd say even in excess of 60, there's a real risk of a collision. You can't see them. And there's many driveways like that on Hume Road because we have 5 of these blind hills. Hume Road itself is not very long. It's about 2.3 kilometers. And it's sort of unusual to have 5 blind hills in such a small stretch. And the number of people that live here from we've got 48 lots now, 48 houses, with 4 new lots being developed. And over the years, the area has become popular with young families. So we have multiple school buses. And I guess as a user that's been using the road for 18 years, I'm very aware of these sightline problems. And I walk the road when school buses are there. And the school buses stop at the bottom or the top of these blind hills. And I think the kids are at high risk because cars can't see the school buses, nor can they see the kids. And so anybody that stops on the top or the bottom of the blind hill is at risk. And we also have the inconsiderate parking of trucks and cars that park on the top of these 5 hills. So you have to go around them and go in the left lane, and you can't see what's over the top. So, I think considering the number of young kids here, the number of school buses, the 5 blind hills, the 48 houses, the 4 houses being developed, and there's other households that use this road for walking too. The number of cyclists that use this road, I really ask you to consider reducing the speed limit to 50 kilometers an hour. And that's my talk. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Beggarman. Mr. Auld, did you have anything you would like to add? You're muted, sir. I think spacebar will unmute you.
No, I was just adding, I think both of the speakers have captured the need for the reduction of the speed limit.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bulmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation this morning. As a resident of Watson Road, I understand exactly your concerns. We experience many of the same things on Watson Road, and I think residents on Victoria Road or Concession 4 would also share a number of the same concerns. We're seeing it across the township as the areas around us and within us as the population increases and people are trying to get elsewhere through the township. So I understand exactly what you're talking about. And I was around when we lowered the speed limit from 80 to 60 on that road. You may recall it was the residents that brought that to council's attention of the day, and the response of that day was, well, let's get a handle on exactly what the speed problem is and see what the proper fix would be. And I think that's probably the approach I would support in this case. You've identified a problem. We have a traffic study planned for the very near future. I can't remember if it's starting this year or next, and that'll help inform what the overall solutions would be, including sightline issues that you've raised. I'm hoping that those might be considered as well. But if I could, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask a question of Public Works on a few of the points that I've heard today. Maybe I can get a better understanding of a few things. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So, Mr. Fowler, I heard a concern today about sight lines and entrances. And I believe, certainly before we changed the speed limit on Hume Road, all of the entrances that were granted as part of a severance application would have had to meet the 80 km/h speed limit. After the change to 60K, was the 60 km/h speed still considered for sightlines, or was it the 60 km/h posted limit that was considered for a safe entrance?
So with the with the TAC guidelines identified, actually the sight lines would slightly decrease for approved driveway entrances. Majority of the entrances are over 15 years old, so that would have resulted back to the 80 km/h. So with the 60, sight lines have decreased to 150 meters in either direction to meet compliance. So
And
I
what
guess
would
to
they-
answer your question, it would be yes. The 60 km/h does factor in providing a safe driveway entrance.
Okay, so, but they still met the safety guidelines for a 60 kilometers posted road, which assumes cars are going to go somewhat over that, I guess.
That's correct. So the, I guess the conversation would have been beneficial regarding when the township chose to pave Hume Road, about eliminating some of the dips and valleys. I can't speak for the previous administration, but
Right.
that is a consideration that we look at in the future or today's standards.
So in other words, next time Hume Road comes up for resurfacing, that would be the time to consider that concern.
That's correct. So again, it would depend upon driveway entrances, the amount of driveways that would have to be regraded to accommodate knocking a knoll down or filling in a gully too. So that
Okay.
would all be considered in the budget process.
Super. And I would imagine that, so what you told me about the change, when they would change the posted speed limit, it would have changed sight lines. That also would have created more opportunities for people who live there to maybe obtain a severance they might not have been able to obtain under the 80K limit. So
Yeah.
while
So
it created benefits for some, it's a problem for others. So
yes, and over the years, standards and criteria have changed drastically as far as granting a proper safe entrance. So I don't like to use the word grandfathered, but there's several driveways that in today's standards would not have been approved.
okay, so there's something to look at then in the future. Last question then, Mr. Chair, for Mr. Fowler. I heard a concern that the railway crossing may not meet current standards. Could you speak to that and maybe also address whether that will be looked at again in the traffic study what we have planned?
So I won't speak directly for Guelph Junction Rail, but I do know that preparations, especially with this year's work on the railway crossing, include underground conduit that, in my opinion, the intention will be in the near future that Guelph Junction will be putting signalized equipment there. Again, I find it's a little beneficial to reduce the speed by having a stop sign there. Speed will only increase if it is a signalized crossing because the stop signs will be removed. So basically you'll only have traffic stopping once a train crosses the road. Right now, technically everyone should be stopping at the crossing.
Super. Well, thank you very much. And I just want to thank the delegation. I would fully support the change the speed limit, but I'd like to see some updated data when we get that study done to make sure we're putting the right fixes in the right places at the right time. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilor Goyda?
Thank you. I have to apologize. I'm not really sure what happened. I got disconnected there for the beginning part of your presentation, but I did catch most of it, I believe. So thank you for sharing your thoughts and concerns about the speeding on Hume Road. And similar to Councillor Balmer, where I live on Watson Road, we see the same thing. So I see that there is a growing concern. And unfortunately, it's not just on Hume Road, but it's throughout the township as a whole. And you mentioned that in your letter as well. I also am not opposed to lowering the speed limit and perhaps introducing some traffic calming measures. But I do see value in applying those mechanisms in a consistent way. And that is one of the considerations that is being addressed through our upcoming transportation master plan. That being said, though, I worry that any measures that are taken in terms of reducing speed limits are only as effective as our ability to enforce those speed limits. And you had mentioned in your letter that you would be willing to meet with the OPP, and that got me thinking that that might be a good start while the work on the transportation plan is being worked on. And that being said, Mr. Mayor, am I able to ask questions of staff at this point, or do you want me to wait? I just wanted to ask staff if there might be any opportunity to engage with the OPP, either through an invitation to an upcoming council meeting or through staff correspondence, to just draw some attention to this growing concern and perhaps initiate some discussion on strategies to consider for managing speed and enforcement throughout the township. Is there any, I guess, type of engagement you would suggest that they might be open to?
I can speak to that. Sure. Councillor Goyda, have a good working relationship with our OPP detachment commander, and he's often said that if we hear concerns expressed about any particular issues throughout the municipality, be sure to just get in touch with them, explain the situation and what the concern is, and they can definitely put their efforts into looking into that. I could also suggest, if you'd like, that they take up the offer to meet with someone who lives on that road to provide some details as well. But by all means, we don't need a formal council resolution or a very formal process. We have a really good working relationship, and it's basically just as simple as us getting in touch with them and saying, hey, we've had some concerns expressed from some of our residents. Could you increase enforcement in this area as we look at all roads in our municipality as part of the roads management plan? In the interim, could you enhance the speed enforcement in that area? We could easily do that.
Okay. Thank you. And thanks again for your presentation.
Thank you.
Councillor Spools?
Yes, thank you, gentlemen, for a very articulate presentation. I really don't have any questions of you. You've done a very good presentation, but I do have several questions of staff. Perhaps our CEO could answer this. What will it take to get signs put up to prevent traffic infiltration? In other words, truck traffic is mentioned, and there was inconsiderate parking of large trucks on the side of the road. Is there a way that we can put up no parking signs and put up signs saying local trucks, local traffic only, that sort of thing?
A component, as you might recall, of the roads management plan is to take a look at identifying specific designated truck routes throughout the municipality. So that will be a component of what we do there. And then we could look at the options of posting no trucks either. That's the review process. In terms of the parking, we'd have to take a look at the parking bylaw to see what situations could pertain to this particular location. I don't know the details offhand. As you know, each location's kind of assessed on a case-by-case basis. So we'd have to take a look at it to see if there is any particulars that would pertain under the current parking bylaw.
And a follow-up question. Mr. Fowler mentioned TAC. This is the software program you use to assess various aspects of roads. Has there been a TAC run done for this particular road to determine the ideal speed given the number of hills and the number of driveways? Mr. Fowler?
Yeah. Yes. So the latest TAC numbers that I have on file did identify the road at actually 70 kilometers an hour due to the number of driveways and the geometry of the road. Again, as the residents indicated, additional driveways have been put in. So that could be a factor in determining the speed, but it was the township's concession that at the time to drop it to 60.
Okay. I guess, does the tax software also take into account the number of pedestrians on the road?
No, that currently is included in the number of driveway entrances.
Okay, so I guess we need something a little bit more sophisticated than TAC to include issues such as people walking along the road, school bus, railway crossing, that sort of thing.
One thing I could possibly add, just to expand on my answer a little bit, Councilor Bummer, is the as part of the process of this roads study that we're working on, is they will be doing an assessment of each of the roads based on traffic volumes, profiles, driveway entrances, all those types of things to determine if the current posted speed is appropriate or if any other measures are recommended, those types of things. So this is all definitely useful information that we can pass on to them for their consideration as they're developing that assessment of our road network.
Last question, Mr. Mayor. When will this road management study be undertaken and completed and available for the public to look at?
We've been in contact with our engineer who is going to be doing the work. We're going to be finalizing the work plan for it, hopefully late this week or early next week, and then work is going to be commencing right away. They're going to be starting with a number. The first part is the data collection. I believe that we're going to be having information that we can present to council and then to the public for information as well. Sometime I don't have the time frame in front of me, but I believe it's sometime in the spring is our target right now.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation today. Most of my questions for staff have been crossed off, so I won't go into that. I do appreciate what you're saying, and in fact, I think my kid's bus is one of the ones that goes down your road there, so that hit home a little bit when you were talking about sight lines and the bus safety. I do think a lot of Puss Lynch is commuting traffic that goes through the township. And I'm hoping that through this study that we're doing and putting in truck routes that maybe we can, somehow help alleviate all that. So anyway, I'm in support of trying to find some safety mechanisms. I'm curious about the parking and I would support anything we can do to help make it safer there. Thank you today for coming.
Okay, thank you for your delegation. It was a job well done. What I can say to the delegates is that speeding concerns are systematic across the entire county. I sit on the roads committee and we've had several delegations. It's just absolutely everywhere. Now, I don't know if that's because of COVID. More people are home and they only could go out for a drive. I don't know what it is, but it is everywhere. One thing I want to caution council on is that we don't piecemeal roads to different speed limits without the supporting policy or science or data, whatever it may be behind it. We have a group of individuals up on concession 4 that are advocating hard for 60, and then we have individuals like yourselves that have a 60 and want a 50. I'm hoping through this transportation master plan it'll identify a good speed limit maybe for the entire township. Maybe we go to similar to the city of Guelph. It's 50 kilometers an hour unless otherwise posted. Growth has caused this, severances, more people living on the roads. I live adjacent to County Road 36 in Morrison here. And it's incredible how fast people drive through Morrison in the 50 zone. And that brings it back to the other component is the enforcement. Now, I believe even yourselves can engage the OPP, and if that's your desire, I would suggest going to the Police Services Board at the county. They're essentially the individuals that, I'm not going to say tell the OPP what to do, but they have influence because they're the governing board. Just one second, Mr. Singh. But from other delegations at the county and even members of our community, we've highlighted a road that had concerns. I was a big part of getting them their black cats. They initially proposed 3. I talked to the inspector. I said, shoot for 7. That we can have equal, hopefully equal representation across all the member municipalities. So what would happen now is if we highlight this concern, the OPP will put the black cats out, and they might already be out there already. They're a gray box about this big, and they attach it to the signposts. And they're quite a excellent little piece of equipment. They can monitor Aberfoyle. Brock Road is my understanding. They can do 2 lanes each way. They can differentiate between residential vehicles, commercial vehicles, and they collect all the data. And however, what my experience so far with them, and it's been a little disappointing, is that the data the OPP receive doesn't substantiate the concern, and then they won't do additional enforcement. So they won't go out to Hume Road if it shows the 85th percentile are traveling at less than 15 kilometers an hour over. So I'm not saying that's what's happening, but if the data doesn't support it, then I've come across, and it's probably rightfully so, they will not do additional enforcement. But let's hopefully get those black cats out there. Like I said, we as the county purchased 7, I believe. So, in my mind, the intention was there'd always be 1 available for each member municipality. That being said, they could put 4 in Pussonch at one time if they so desired. Let's get that out there. Let's get the data on the road, find out what people are doing. I'm supportive of when the road is to be reconstructed, staff looking at the possibility of, cutting down some of the hills and flattening it out. I don't know what the lifespan is when it was repaved. Also, the traffic master plan could give us some opportunities to reduce that speed limit, but I'm hesitant to just do it piecemeal. I'd like to see that traffic master plan come in and then we can review it, but staff have heard your concerns, and I can say with certainty that they will put Hume Road, if I'm sure it was already included, but if by some chance it wasn't on the radar, it is now. And the other one, I had a question for the delegations. You mentioned the parking of trucks or heavy equipment on the road. Is that in relation to new construction, or is there a situation where maybe somebody has a home industry and they're parking their vehicles on the road, and then we definitely need to get some enforcement up there? And I'll leave it to you to decide who can answer that.
I suspect that it's mainly new construction. I'm not aware of any businesses at the moment that create an obstruction there.
Okay.
I did put my hand up a little earlier, just simply to say that the black hat that you mentioned, I did send a letter to the OPP, which was a copy of the letter to you. Mm-hmm. And they do have one installed at the moment. I mean, in fact, I think they've done it for the last week. But yeah, we're not aware of any conclusions from that.
Yeah, they usually leave it out at least a week. Sometimes they leave it 2 weeks, depending on time of year and what they expect for driving habits. They won't always release all of the information, because if there's a court case involved with that information, they can't release it until the court case comes to conclusion. I know I'm sounding doom and gloom. It's not as bad as I'm making it sound. It's just sometimes they're a little protective of the information, but they'll always give us a summary. And Glenn and myself have a really good working relationship with the inspector. So I'm sure we'll hear back from that. Now, I don't know if I'd look at Councillor Spoulos because he's on the planning committee, but is there any way that if we're approving any more severances, one of the conditions of those severances is that any construction related parking is accommodated on site and not on the road? Is that even a possibility? I don't know who wants to try to answer that, maybe Glenn or.
But that won't be a severance matter, that'd be a building permit matter.
Yeah,
well, it would be earlier in the process would be the severance, because the severance comes first, then the building. But I mean, somewhere along that line.
The severance is approved at a county level.
So I'll let Mr. Schwendinger.
We could take a look at that. I understand the concern, and that concern isn't unique to this location. I'll say that we have heard that in some other locations as well. So we've taken note of that, and we'll see if there's something that we can incorporate into the approvals process for construction anywhere in the municipality.
Yeah, it'd be better to have it, all our roads are relatively narrow.
Yep.
It's better if they can be accommodated on the site. Do the delegation have anything further they want to add? Mr. Singh?
Your worship, members of council, we are most grateful for your attention to our presentation. And we feel that you have covered all the bases that we have addressed. And we look forward to the progressive work that you have planned for us. We hope that perhaps using me as a conduit, that you can pass any new information on of immediate relevance to the residents as soon and as convenient as possible. But in the meantime, on behalf of my other delegates, I would like to thank you for your attention and your detailed addressing of this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Well done. Okay, Ms. White Fox, do you have a resolution to receive that delegation?
I do. That council receives the delegation regarding concerns about traffic on Hume Road and that the delegation material be included for consideration as part of the transportation master plan.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Spoulos. All in favor? Councillor Balmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos,
In favor.
and Councillor Bailey.
Favor.
Excellent. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
On.
I believe I want to go to 10.5, which is Kevin Mitchell from Dufferin Aggregates. I should have asked. I believe he's in the attendees. I see him there.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I can move him over now.
Sure. Well, and you're still, you're not muted. I don't mind if you're not muted, but just want to let you, give you a warning. There he is. Kevin, how are you today?
Good morning, Mayor Sealy and members of council. Thanks very much for some time this morning. As you're probably aware, our pit number 2 on Victoria Road at 445 Victoria Road has that agreement in place. It was put in place in 1980 at the time when the site was being approved. And it restricts the amount of time that we can operate the site. It restricts it from May the 1st until November the 15th. I'm guessing back in that time that the site wasn't the primary source of aggregate. It tied to half load and that sort of thing. But with climate change, we're able to wash longer. And so we're here before you this morning at the same request as we had last year, is to extend that term out. And we'd like to go out to the 15th of December as a Wednesday. So it would be our request to have that time frame extended out to December the 17th this year, if that would be possible.
Thank you. Ms. White Fox, could you read that resolution just so we can get it on the table appropriately?
The council received correspondence item 10.5 regarding the request to extend the operating season at Dufferin Aggregates Aberfoyle Pit, and that the current agreement be extended from November 15th to December 17th, 2021.
Can I get a mover for that, please?
I'll move.
Councillor Balmer, seconded by one of the girls. Councillor Goida, thank you. All right, Councillor Balmer.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Mitchell. Welcome back. Interesting that you're tying this request to climate change. I was thinking before you started that I always tie this request to sort of a signal on how the economy is going and the need for material for infrastructure. So there have been years when the pit didn't operate at all and there was no need for this extension. So interesting how we see that just a little bit differently. But thank you for suggesting it might be climate change. I have no issue with it, by the way, and I'd like to thank you that when there was a need to adapt your operations due to the roundabout, that you were open to hearing back concerns that came up from the residents in either in Morriston or south of your your operation on Victoria Road, and we're open to making changes to address those concerns. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Goyda.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for being here today. I don't really have any concerns. I'm perfectly okay with it.
Councillor Spools.
I don't have any concerns. The only thing I do is ask that you notify the area residents that you're doing this.
I'd be happy to do that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I also don't have any concerns. I do have a question, maybe just in terms of, in the note here, it just says similar to previous years. I mean, I've only been on a short time, but it's suggesting that this is kind of a regular ask. So I'm wondering why not just update the permit and have this as an extension, and then we don't have to be seeing this every year.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's a good question, and it kind of ties back to what Councillor Balmer mentioned, that back in 2008, when the economy was really hard on the aggregate industry, we closed this site down and didn't operate. We didn't need to, and we don't believe in just operating sites, a little bit at a time. So we consolidated our operations over at Mill Creek, and since that time, Mill Creek is starting to wind down. But at this location here, I think we have brought it forward in the past, and it was at that time it was a recommendation to do it on an annual basis. We'd be happy to work with the township either on an annual basis or to update it. We probably have plus or minus 5 years left remaining at the site. It's very likely that our operations now. When I mentioned climate change, I didn't mean to be finding another reason for it. Back in 1980, it started to freeze in November, and washing probably stopped back at that time. And now we're to the point now where we can wash well into December, and at least if not build inventory to start in the springtime. So we have noticed a change that way. But we're Councillor Bailey, we're happy to work with the township in either regard, whatever is easiest and least amount of work for you folks.
Okay.
So maybe the question then is for Glenn to follow up on. I'm not sure.
Well, maybe, I hope you don't mind, I'm going to speak to it. I asked Mr. Mitchell to come back. We had some conversations early on, and I know this is somewhat rudimentary, but it's always nice to build a relationship, have some of the operators come in front of us. I can put him in the hot seat for 4 or 5 minutes once a year. It's always, I always appreciate that. And it is this, by doing it annually, then if there are concerns, so as Councillor Spools asked, if the neighbors, they didn't have a problem with it last year, then maybe something will change this year and they have some concerns. It gives us that opportunity to react, maybe a little more expediently. And yeah, I think it's a good thing just to come in and, we just heard, I was going to ask Mr. Mitchell, the lifespan of that operation. I know it's winding down, and if keeping it open an extra month a year, not that I want it to go away, but I think there's some plans for that site once the aggregate's extracted, and I'm excited to see those. So as long as there's not a major impact on the residents nearby, then it's good. And I'll also echo Councillor Balmer's comments. When we did that alternate route, Mr. Mitchell was very cognizant of any impacts the drivers may have and would react quickly. And some mayor was going for a walk and a truck drove by him really fast, he would deal with it, and it was excellent. And it's a good working relationship we have with you. So I have no problems with the extension, and it was great seeing you again. Does that satisfy you, Councillor Bailey? Is that?
Yeah, great.
Okay. All right. And do you have anything further to add, Mr. Mitchell?
No, thank you very much for your time. And at any time, we're happy to come out and share any information that we've got about our sites. We've sent one forward on some work that we're doing to do some noise enhancement work at our pit 2 or pit 1, as it's very visible. And anytime, we're happy to answer questions.
Okay, awesome. Okay, all in favor? Where do we start? Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goyda?
Favor.
Councillor Spools?
In favor.
And Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
There you go. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
All right. So council, how I see it going right now is we're going to and Ms. White Fox may correct me on this. We're going to receive the consent agenda. I believe our intention is to pull out the council meeting minutes 611, so that that incorporates the report from Wellington County staff from last meeting. And then we talk about that one and the planning report. I'm forgetting what number it is. 10.3 at the same time. Does that make sense? Nods. And then Councillor Spoulos, I believe you, and then if any other councillors have other items we want to remove from the consent agenda, we can do that as well. So Ms. White Fox, if you're ready, we'll read that resolution, please.
And yes, Mr. Mayor, it would be a good time to just list those other items that are being pulled, just so that we have that all in one resolution.
Whatever's easier for you.
I have 6.11 being an exception, and then if there's any other, I can list it and then read the resolution.
Let's just get it on the table first, and I'll go just for me, I have a routine.
Sure. So that consent agenda items, with the exception of 6.11 listed for the November 3rd, 2021 council meeting, be received for information.
And mover for that, please.
I'll move.
Councillor Ballmer, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Okay, councillors, anything you want pulled out? Councillor Ballmer?
Nothing to add to that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Goida?
No.
Okay, Councillor Spoulos?
I wonder if there's a need for discussion on delegations at the Roma conference.
Yes, we should do
6.2.
that. 6.2. See if there's any appetite. Okay, Councillor Bailey? Nope. So just 6.1 and 6.2 is what I've heard, Ms. White Fox?
Yes, I have that.
Okay, all in favor? Councillor Ballmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goida?
In favor?
Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey? Okay, let's do 6.2 real quick. Actually, no, we can do that after we do the counties. So do you want to move over, Ms. Ferris?
We actually have
Please.
Ms. Sarah Wilhelm and Mr. Aldo Salas here to speak to this.
Oh, Aldo will be so happy to see me. When I walk into the county building, somebody yells, "Tell Aldo to hide. James is here," every time.
That happens at this office too.
Oh, you guys are awesome. Good thing my job gets reviewed every 4 years. Get rid of me. Anyways, welcome Aldo, welcome Sarah. Ms. White Fox, so we're going to discuss that report from last meeting, correct? Which one did you guys want to do first, Aldo? Questions? Sorry.
Good morning, and thank you, Mayor Sealy and Council. Sarah and I are pleased to talk about either or both. Actually, we were going to focus on OPA 119, but now that you have us, we will be happy to answer to any of the reports. So, did you want me to just start off some introductory comments, or how do you?
Sure. Just some background. I'll tell you, at our last meeting, council just was looking for a little bit of an update on the MCR and the process, and if maybe there's any information you're looking for from us. So if you give a quick summary on that, and then I'll just go around the table, and then we'll do that last report separate, just so we don't get everything all muddy.
Sure, thank you. So I'll start, and then I'll just pass it over to Sarah. Just for council's benefit, this is the first, OPA 119 is the first amendment that we've brought forward to county council as part of our ongoing municipal comprehensive review and OP review. As you know, Mayor Sealy, the amendment went before county council on October 28th and did receive endorsement, and the recommendations that are associated with the amendment through Sarah's report are there. So staff are in the process of now engaging or initiating public engagement. So you'll likely see that, and the public may reach out to you or your staff related to that. So again, we're happy to be here, and I'll just pass it over to Sarah, and maybe she can just provide her comments, her remarks initially as well.
All right, can you hear me? Excellent, nice to be here, thank you. In terms of the overall municipal comprehensive review, we're planning on a public information center in December. And that will be for our consultants, Watson and Associates, to present the results of the land needs assessment, which is a key component of this work. And they've also will be releasing an addendum report to the forecasts and allocations, but I don't believe that there are any changes in Quislin's related to that. And then they'll have a detailed technical report in the new year for the phase 2 work. And then we'll shift into phase 3, which will be any dealing with urban boundary expansions that might be warranted because of the land needs assessment. And we'll also need to look at the whole notion of rural settlement areas as well. So there will be a pretty robust process that we'll be going through in the new year to deal with that. So that's kind of where we are. And we're happy to start with either report.
Yeah, I'd like to keep the OPA 119 separate, and because I know there was a few questions around just the MCR in general, and then we'll be a little bit more in depth, I think, on 119. So, Council, if you could do that for me, please, that'd be great. Councillor Bummer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now you're going to have to help me unconfuse myself. The report that we had on our last meeting agenda was the overview of the process, I believe. I don't remember what the number was. Is that the one we're going to talk about first then? The one where we had questions and no one was there to answer?
That's correct.
Okay. And if you correct me, you can stop me if I start asking questions that were related to the wrong report then. Thank you, Mr. Salas and Ms. Wilhelm, for joining us today. It's always what a power team to have here at our council. I had two areas of interest from that last report that I had questions on. One of them was the idea of the candidate mapping as it related to primary agricultural lands in terms of our ability to refine the mapping that was provided by the province. And I believe I understood from the report that if the county OP already says it's prime and the new mapping for the province says it's prime, well, there's no question, everybody agrees, that's fine. But the other two cases are where I was trying to figure out where our ability is to refine it and what the process would be for a resident who believes that their property is being misallocated, either they'd like to elevate it to prime from a candidate, an area that's identified as candidate, or that it's identified as candidate and is clearly not prime. What would be the process for them to engage with the county to make sure the mapping that's put in place properly reflects what's on the ground?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, the figures, excuse me. You're quite right that the prime agricultural lands that are identified will remain prime. The process, so we can get into some of the details, but I think I guess the big picture answer is that we will need to come back when we commence that part of the work that we'll be doing. I expect that we'll probably be bringing in a consultant to assist us with the refinements. I think the difficulty in answering the question is that the implementation procedures published by the province are 65 pages long. So it's not that I don't want to answer your question, it's that it's maybe not as clear as I might like it to be. But I guess the main takeaway is that we will be developing, a process for doing that, and we will be reporting on it. So there will be opportunities in the future to weigh in on that and to set out a clear process for dealing with those. If that might be enough of an answer for today.
Yes, but to help me and put that in the context of the process that was just described, Are you suggesting it's not going to be part of this upcoming public information center in December and it'll be a separate process after this OPA, the first OPA?
It will be a separate but associated process, and we'll be launching it. So it'll be staggered. We're not going to wait until the end. I expect that we'll be launching that part within the next month or two.
Okay.
Yeah.
Super. Okay. So it is going to be part of this particular amendment.
Well, it won't be part of the official plan amendment 119, but it would be part of a future amendment. Once we know what the refinements are, then we would draft policies and mapping to implement the changes that are that flow from the work that we'll be doing.
Okay. Then the second piece was, and I'm hoping it was the same report. It included several appendices showing comments received from various stakeholders, and one of those stakeholders was the Aggregate Producers Association. And the report suggested that the county wasn't going to implement any of their recommendations in the MCR or in this particular OPA. And I just wanted to draw attention to one of the recommendations, which I think maybe we should have a look at as part of the OPA, and that is they suggested that it should recognize that it's the province that has sole discretion and control over the depth of extraction. I think that's an important thing, that the OPA recognize that that's not a planning issue. That's the depth is not a municipal issue that can be controlled through any municipal regulation. And so it really shouldn't be considered as part of the municipal review, since it will be decided by someone else, down the road. And it'll be determined largely by the depth of the material. And maybe we need to acknowledge that in our official plan, that the test that we apply as part of the rezoning process acknowledges the fact that depth is not within the municipal control, and therefore we can't look at any particular depth, because even the site plan we're showing as part of that process could be changed. There's no connection between the one we're showing as part of the planning process and the site plan that's shown to the ministry for a license. So I think that's one I would like to see included in our OPA policies in regard to how we review these things.
Thank you. They did submit a list of detailed comments, and the review of aggregate policies is not a current it's not a current priority in terms of the work that we're doing right now. And certainly once we embark upon that, knowing that this is quite an issue for Puslinch and other municipalities in the county, but more so in Puslinch, we would if we draft changes to policies, there will be an opportunity for input on those too. And I'll make note of what you've just said so that we can consider it when we get to that work.
Well, thank you. It was, I appreciate the clarification that one of the reasons in the report that for the county's comment was it wasn't part of this current review, but they may be considered as part of later reviews. And also, I just want to make sure I didn't want to disappoint you and Aldo in leaving that comment out of our discussion today.
Thank you.
Although I saw you had your hand up. Do you want to say something?
Just for clarity and to assist Councillor Balmer understand where we're at with the MCR, the Municipal Comprehensive Review, as it relates to the growth plan, and also the 5-year review or the OP review that we're doing simultaneously. There will be a number of initiatives that we have to tackle. And as Sarah's pointed out, we will be getting back to all the correspondence that we've received. Some of it is not what we're currently working on, but it's not to say that we won't respond eventually. We will get to all of those as those policy matters come forward. We'll ensure, staff will ensure, or I'll ensure that staff considers the correspondence received when we're at a point of drafting those amendments. And of course, there will be the a process through an OPA, like a standard OPA, where the public can engage as those policies, those draft policies are brought forward. So there will be opportunity for not only on the agricultural side, but also on the aggregate policy side, whether it's the industry or ratepayers or even council for that matter. So just there, as I mentioned at the outset, OPA 119 is the first. There will be others. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Goyda.
Thank you. I don't have any questions as it relates to the previous report. I have some questions noted here for the item 10.3 on our agenda. So, but I think we're dealing with those separately. So I will leave it at that for now.
Okay, Councillor Spose.
Yes, thank you for coming, being on the hot seat. With respect to the previous report, I was focusing on two areas. First of all, the expansion of hamlets. You had a statement in a previous report saying, due to the lack of municipal services in hamlets and the policy to limit those areas and areas without municipal services. My question is, do services need to be owned by municipality, or can they be private services?
So through you, Mr. Chair, for to be considered municipal services, the services would need to be owned by a municipality.
But do they have to be owned by municipality? That's the question.
But yes.
Okay, in other words, if somebody proposes to expand Aberfoyle and whatever process they use, and they're saying we're going to do what was done at Aberfoyle Mills, we'll have a private well, a private water, private sewage.
That wouldn't.
What was the question?
So he's wondering if private communal services would qualify as services.
Well, they wouldn't qualify as full municipal services, but they would be a step up in the servicing hierarchy, which is a good thing. So I think that, you know, those are some of the things that can be looked at through as part of the study area as well, not to dip into the other report, but I think that that's something that will need a little bit more attention.
Okay, and the other statement you had was no decisions have been made at this time about considering hamlet expansions as part of the MCR. So my question is, who makes the decisions and when? In other words, when do you plan to consider those, and when? Is it something like I discussed with Councilor Broma about the aggregate review?
Okay. So ultimately, that would be a decision of county council based on municipal and public feedback. In terms of our work program for the municipal comprehensive review, the phase 3 work will include settlement area boundary expansions and setting out the criteria for considering those. We have had an emphasis on urban, meaning on those that are based on full municipal services. We recognize at the same time that there's an interest in some of the hamlets as well. And so again, that would, you know, until we have the land need sorted out, and that we have a more definitive set of allocations, then we'll be able to know kind of where those expansions might be needed based on the forecasts. I think what's a little more complicated here in Puslinch is complicated in a good way, because we're trying to put forward options through that report that we'll be getting to. And so we'll be able to consider different options through that work.
Okay, and last question, I'll have one comment. There's an Appendix A, and there's a lot of public input from Portsmouth residents with respect to the proposed official plan review. When will how are these comments going to be addressed? Now, I heard Mr. Solis say that as you bring out a particular amendment, you're going to say we knock these off, but will you in the interim say, respond back to these individuals and say, yes, we heard you, it'll be addressed, and when it is addressed, we'll tell you how it's addressed?
Right, so yeah, I think that the fact that it's such an enormous project, and we've had over 100 comments come in. A lot of times they come in by phone or by email, and we will generally acknowledge those and let people know that, you know, in some cases we'll have to deal with them later in the process, and we encourage people to subscribe to the webpage or be part of our email list so that they can get updates. But our intention would be to address them as we deal with those specific matters that the comments relate to.
Okay, that's all the questions I had. Just a comment. I agree with Councilor Bowman. We need to get into this aggregate review. My attitude on that is there's got to be a limit of how much Portsmouth can be carved up by aggregate, this type of thing. You know, perhaps setting a target of 15, 20%, 10%. I don't know what the magic number is, but just to continually say we're going to keep on digging and digging and digging, and to put Councilor Bowman's analogy like Swiss cheese, the more holes you get, pretty soon you're going to have no cheese left.
A complicated issue for sure. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just going back through my notes here. The only question I had again was just around the engagement component. There's a note here that comments were received from 2 conservation authorities when the circulation went out. So I've just had a question, you know, well, I guess, have you had any more since then? But just, I was curious why there hasn't been more comments received from the commenting authorities rather than residents.
Sorry, I'm going to have to adjust my volume. I couldn't quite hear you, so if I'm not answering what you asked, let me know. So you're asking about whether we've had more comments from the commenting agencies or authorities, right? No, we haven't, but I expect through the circulation of official plan amendment 119 that we will get some comments in on that work. I think probably things are a bit too broad right now for folks to, you know, once you have an amendment in front of you, that does tend to inspire people to weigh in on it. So I do expect that we'll get more, and we'll be reporting on the comments for the official plan amendment separately as well.
Okay, thank you. My last question was just, and I think you answered it earlier, Aldo, but it was, I had, when is the land need assessment expected from Watson? And I think you were saying in the new year.
Was that for Aldo or Sarah?
Yeah, either. I think Aldo answered it earlier. I just didn't catch when it was.
Sorry, you were asking when the land needs assessment is rolling out?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so the we'll have the public information center we're planning for December, and that will roll out the draft results of the land need assessment by municipality. And then when Watson produces their detailed analysis in the new year, that'll break it down by urban centers. But the distinction in Puslinch, which I think is a positive thing, is because of servicing, we're not going to allocate by urban center. It's going to be one pot of growth, and I think that gives the municipality more flexibility, to be honest. So I do think that's a good thing. So yeah, so early results in December and then more detailed release into the new year.
Great. Got your plate full. Thanks.
I believe we lost Councillor Balmer, so I want to just wait 30 seconds. Here he comes. Oh. Are you back, Councillor Balmer?
Yeah, it took me a while to realize I was gone.
I just looked down, just noticed. I don't know if you, Councillor Bailey just asked again about the lands needs, when it's coming. It's going to be early December and they're going to put the growth into one pot. And then Ms. Wilhelm's opinion was that that would give the municipality more flexibility, but we'll see more December, January-ish.
Thank you.
For me, Councillor Balmer spoke about the prime ag areas, and I'm definitely learning as I go here. But when they first introduced, no, I shouldn't say when they first introduced this, but they would have a block that could be 80% prime, and if there was, say, 20%, it all got designated prime. So what I'm hearing today is if it fit the mold of secondary ag, but it's been designated prime, there will not be a mechanism to redesignate that to secondary. That's a fair statement?
I think that I don't want to say an absolute no until we get going on that work. But really the whole purpose behind the provincial mapping was to add to the base of prime agricultural land. So I think that might be a difficult situation.
Right. So, you know, our hope is that almost like the urban boundary, the balloon effect, that if some prime was missed, it could be added, and maybe they would, you know, you could put in some secondary that was in inappropriately, but it's a big maybe. Anyways, it's tough because I've seen the slide that you've presented to council where it shows the county, and you know, a lot of the growth has to happen on the secondary ag. Well, the majority of the northern part of the county is prime ag, and the secondary ag is located in Puslinch, and then it comes with its own set of challenges. So, you know, just in my little mind, I'm hopeful that we can find some opportunities through that mapping, but it sounds like it's going to be a challenging process, not because of you, just because of the environment we work in. The county was doing I'm going to call it a tally of severances within Puslinch, because I've been in all those offices, in your office, asking about the one severance on secondary ag is only permitted post, I'm going to screw this up, 2005 or 2005. So I've been asking if that date would be moved, and then my understanding was you were doing the tally. Has that work been completed? Have you tallied the severances in the township?
Yes, excuse me. We have done a very detailed analysis.
Okay.
Of course, you know, there are a lot of assumptions that go into that kind of an analysis. One being, of course, the owner's willingness and interest in severing. We've made adjustments for that, and Jameson Pickard of our office has spent a considerable amount of time on it. We're not in a position to release the results of that work, but the last time that we reset the date, we did report to the 3 municipalities with secondary agricultural land, so that at that time there were 3 different options that were considered. At this point, it's too early to say, you know,
that's fine
with that, but we will definitely be looking at it down the road.
And I slightly misunderstood. I thought the tally was on completed severances that just haven't been developed, or was it both? Was it that and the potential for severances?
We do have data on vacant rural lots. We track that as part of our supply inventory. So we do know that, you know, that supply is going down. from what it was the last time we did that work. But at the same time, we also have done some analysis to see what the future supply might be. So looking at the natural heritage system constraints, and also looking at the agricultural system mapping to see what that might do long term to the supply of future severances. So we've looked at both.
So just at a very high level, what would a negative impact be of moving that date? So again, in my mind, moving that date provides opportunity for growth within Puslinch, where the assessed values are 20 to 30% higher than a vast majority of the county. And to me, there's a plethora of reasons why, but there's also the natural heritage constraints. So at a high level, why moving the date forward would be a concern?
Well, part of the analysis that we're tasked with doing by the province is, you know, they give us this pot of growth, and it's being allocated, and so we would want the supply to be in keeping generally with what's been allocated to the rural area. So with this study area that we have in the official plan amendment, you know, we obviously provincial support is key to moving that forward, but if that creates opportunities, for example, to maybe expand Morriston, or to look at other uses, like some limited residential uses, that I think we need to look at where the growth is, where you deliver those lots. So whether it's all in the secondary agricultural area or maybe a mix. There's still allocations, and we still need to kind of generally keep it in line with what's been forecast for you to 2051.
Yeah, and I know that there's a lot involved in, I believe it was Mayor Bridge indicated that, this is one comment a while ago, that they felt their growth allotted was beyond their means. Well, in a simple world, I'd be like, okay, we'll take it, and then that way, then you just move that date and we get more severances. But you've heard it from me, and I have confidence in both of you that, you'll do the best you can for Puslinch. Last thing on this report, and although if you don't mind, actually, I'll let you go. And then I'll come back to myself. Give your hand up.
Yeah, Mayor Seeley, I just wanted to follow up briefly on that question. So historically, what the county has included in terms of the supply that the township would provide to address the growth that we've allocated is the number of annual severances. And I think we will need to consider moving forward what an expanded greenbelt and agricultural system and new natural heritage system would mean on that yield. And it's early, and it doesn't mean that if we miss the opportunity to look at changing the date today or as a result of the MCR, we can't, we will have an opportunity later when we do the next round. So I'm not suggesting we don't look at it. I don't know formally if the township has expressed that to us, that we should be looking at the date. Sarah can jump in if that has happened. If it hasn't happened, and this is a position of the township, we will certainly look at it carefully and report back. But it's, as I mentioned, it is the component of your growth where it's a little uncertain how we're going to be able to yield those numbers if we have all these additional constraints being added to the municipality.
Thank you. Council, did you see what he did there? He said that, Jamie, stop telling me to move the date, get a formal resolution from your council, is what I took from that.
Yeah, sorry, your worship. I don't mean a formal resolution, but an indication that that's where the municipality wants to go, because we,
No, it's good.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. So my last thing is, as I maybe don't understand this as well, you were talking about that in the future, you're going to be looking at the boundaries, possibly adjusting them for, I'm going to use the wrong term, whether it's a hamlet. These little settlement areas have different designations depending on what they mean in the plan, but we know it's Aberfoyle, Morriston, possibly Arkle. But when I first became mayor, Municipal Affairs and Housing put out some legislation that, boundaries could be adjusted, but I believe it was Councillor Balmer mentioned this analogy that it's a balloon. So if you move lands in or out, the balloon just changes shape. But what I was hearing today is that, is there a possibility that these expansions could be new net lands, or is it still that balloon factor? Maybe we can take out some floodplain, some core green lands, and then add in some developable land, but the net can't change. So that's just where I just want some clarification.
Well, I can respond to that. The province doesn't allow for natural features to be used as an exchange for development land to expand an urban boundary. We've tested that in Minto, and I think their position on that was quite firm and clear. I think what I'm referring to is the fact that we've included some lands adjacent to Morriston within the study area, and in the vicinity of Aberfoyle within the study area.
Okay, thank you. Unless council has any other questions regarding mostly the MCR, then we'll move on to the OPA 119. Councillor Spillis?
I'm piggybacking on what you're sort of alluded to. Should we make a motion now with respect to moving the date of assessment for when the severances can be applied for?
I would like a report back. I don't know if I want to move a motion to tell them to move the date. They could be a little more gingerly about it.
My motion would be to suggest that they report back to us on the implications of moving the severance date.
Aldo, could I come back to you? Is that the type of direction you'd like? That's not too particular. It's just generally we just want to hear back if it's a good idea or a bad idea, and if it's a bad idea, why? That's kind of.
Yeah, Mayor Sealy, I think if I can have Sarah weigh in a bit, because we did initiate the review of the consent applications, or the number of vacant lots, and some of the history behind it. I don't know if that was something that we initiated because as part of the MCR to address how the township would achieve the growth that we allocate to it. And if that was to provide the response to the question of the date being moved or other options being considered, maybe Sarah can weigh in before I answer your specific question. And maybe I jumped too soon because I should have let Sarah respond before I jumped in. But Sarah, do you have any additional comments?
Thank you. We initiated that work sooner than we would have normally done it, and that was related to the Greenbelt expansion. And so it really was to help paint a picture for the province in some of our discussions, but it's not work that we're ready to release publicly. There are 2 other municipalities that would be impacted by that change. And in my view, it is premature to be reporting on that matter until after the land needs work progresses.
Okay, I have a suggestion. Councillor Stapoulis, what if we just you propose a motion that council endorse the review of the secondary ag severance post 2005 date. And we don't ask that they report back because they want to keep this information non-public at this point.
No, I don't have a problem with doing that. We can ask, but we make the motion along the lines that we ask the county to review the 2005 date for application and to report back in an opportune time.
Okay, can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Bailey. Okay, comments. Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate Councillor Sapoulis's rewording of the request, because I think that all we want, what we're looking for is information. I think there's too many balls in the air right now to know whether I would support or not support a change in that date because of the broader implications, not just to Puslinch, but to other municipalities within the county that we're all part of the same team. And we also have other requests at the next report that's coming up, which would affect our interest in changing the date. And plus there's all the changing and mapping, which would make the whole point moot possibly anyway. So I don't have an issue with just having them look at it and tell us about it when it's appropriate. So thank you.
Yep. Councillor Goyda.
Yeah, I would also support that. I think Mayor Sealy, I had similar questions to you. What is the disadvantage of moving that date forward? And I think, as Councillor Bulmer said, there's a lot of balls in the air, and I think maybe there's a sequence of events that needs to take place to make that determination. So, I mean, I think it's important to look at it, but I would leave it up to staff as to determine when the appropriate time is to do that. So I would support that motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sapoulis, you made the motion, but
I'm good with the motion as it is.
Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I support the motion. I echo, Councillor Goyda and Councillor Bulmer's comments. Leave up to staff to tell us when it's appropriate to know that information.
Okay. Now you have your formal ask, Mr. Salas.
In favor.
I'm not going to go back around on that.
Do we need to vote on that, Mr. Mayor?
I guess I wasn't going to. Most said they're in favor of it, but we will. Councillor Bulmer said in favor.
In favor.
Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
Councillor Sapoulis.
In favor.
And Councillor Bailey.
Favor.
All right, now on to the OPA 119. Ms. Wilhelm, do you want to give a little summary for an opening comments, and then I'll go around the table?
Thank you. I think that this official plan amendment introducing the county structure is key. But at the end of the day, it really does impact Puslinch the most. And I think in some good ways, as I already alluded to, the fact that your growth is in one pot, I think is a positive thing. It does give some flexibility to the municipality. And I would emphasize that this regionally significant economic development study area, I know it's a mouthful, is just that. It's a study area, and it allows for something important to be considered while the Greenbelt expansion is still active, and we still have yet to receive any information from the province about what boundary they're ultimately considering, and they've committed to consulting on that. So I think that the timing is right to look at it. And also, of course, the historic settlement of Puslinch. I don't have much more to say, but I did want to emphasize that I'm not sure if everyone has had an opportunity to look at the actual official plan amendment, the draft. And one part of it, I did want to direct direct council to is that, so there's a draft policy for the study area, and it sets out the purpose of it. So in the map, we've got text, and so that I won't read it verbatim, but basically, the purpose of the area is to consider it primarily for future employment uses, but also for other uses based on need, which are compatible with the area. We are also looking for the township to take the lead on that study with the county's support. So that's stated in the policy as well, that prior to that the study would be initiated by the township in consultation with the county. Prior to initiating the study, that the township and county would prepare detailed terms of reference, and if necessary, make minor refinements to the boundary of the study area, and that the study area incorporate a transportation analysis, a servicing strategy, an agricultural and environmental review. So, we're certainly going to be working together on this, but I think that the township has an important role to play in this. So I wanted to lay that out. In the meantime, in terms of the boundary for the study area, we will be putting this amendment out to circulation tomorrow. So we wanted to wait until after today's meeting. And I expect that we'll have some comments about the boundary through that process as well. So that's another opportunity for looking at the boundary. The amendment is being circulated to landowners within the study area and adjacent within 120 meters, and also to those within the proposed hamlet. That is hundreds of people. So I'm sure we'll be having contact. I've already had contact even before it's been circulated. So we can prepare a key messages document that can be available to council and staff. We're happy to take the inquiries that are coming in, and we want to make it easy for people to understand what's happening here. So we can do up a one-pager type document just to kind of help people understand it's a study area. No land uses are being proposed at this time. It's somewhat, it allows for a bit of a pause so that we can see what happens with the Greenbelt and then continue on with that work and really decide what the future of Puss Lynch will be in that area. So that.
Excellent. Aldo? You're muted.
You're muted.
And I'll put my hand down as well. Just a couple of comments. One with respect to what our ask is of the province. This is through this amendment process, we're asking the province to identify the study area. That's the essential thing that we're asking through this OPA. In terms of implementation, as Sarah's talked about, this would be what we would refer to as a municipally initiated official plan amendment. So the township being the lead on it. In terms of timing, assuming the province supports the amendment, and this is the study area is established, we don't see this as being something that is immediate, that we have to go out and complete this work. I think the important thing for us is to convey to the province that we'd like the area established as a study area, and then the municipality and the county will take our time because it is a complicated series of assessments and review that need to be done. So I don't want to leave the impression that this is something that we have to quickly rush through. It's the study area that's important to establish, and I think that's what we tried to express.
Thank you, Aldo. Just to expand on that a bit, we had a conversation about if the province identifies the area. When you say that township's taking the lead, that's likely hiring consultants and being partners with the county on hiring the consultants. Is that what you're speaking of?
Correct. Yep. So this would be council and the township actually leading with our support.
So I brought that message back to council and we put a placeholder. We just started our budget process last week. We put a placeholder in there. If the province does identify the study area, would the consultant need to be hired in 22, or do you feel it would be another budget cycle?
It's a good question. I suppose if it makes it through your budget and you want to do some initial assessments and start the engagement process, you could. I suspect it will be it won't be something that you likely will achieve in a year, so it may carry forward. But it's hard to predict. I don't know how quickly the province will turn around with this amendment, and we can be hopeful that the amendment will be approved by the province sometime in 2022. I think Sarah's thinking that it better be. So I don't want, yeah, I hope that's helpful.
No, that's good. That it is helpful because there isn't as big of a fire under the urgency to have it in the budget, but you know, as the discussions go along, we'll know more further how this is progressing too. So perfect. Where do we go here? Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you for this report. I really like the suggestion of removing section, I think it's 6.4.7. Anytime we can bring some clarity with fewer words. I'll look at, that's me saying that. I think it's a good thing, so I'm glad to see that. Really like the idea of restoring the hamlet of Puslinch, as Ms. Wilhelm identified in the report. It was something that was identified to move ahead prior to the Greenbelt being put in that part of the township. And as both of you will remember, when I worked to pull the Greenbelt into the township, at the time the province was telling us that we would have opportunities for this kind of thing, including rounding out Morriston. It wouldn't freeze things in time. So I'm glad to see we're going to make that attempt. The nice thing is it's right there by the tracks where the GO train runs, and it would be a great opportunity to see a GO station there in the new hamlet, in the restored hamlet of Puslinch. Wouldn't it be great to have that built into the Highway 6 bypass, a little off ramp to go right to the GO train? You can see all sorts of potential of having this, and it's really where growth makes most sense in the township, in our main corridor. So the infrastructure is there for the roads and everything already. I really like this idea of regionally significant employment lands, and I noticed the use of the term South Wellington. I like that kind of thinking. I think it's good for us and the rest of the county to remind us that we're part of that larger picture. And it doesn't just benefit us when these things occur here. Additional commercial industrial assessment here at the intersection of 6 and 401 will help pay for roads and bridges in the rest of the county as well. The one part of that ask, as Ms. Wilhelm pointed out, you know, it's it's sort of commercial, industrial, and others, and it encompasses pieces both sides of Morriston, and the ask for Puslinch, the hamlet, is in the existing Greenbelt. But this wouldn't, if they expand the Greenbelt as proposed, we'd still see a significant net increase of the Greenbelt in the township. This is not, we're not talking a significant change or reduction as what's being proposed, are we, overall, if that was a concern of somebody's?
Oh, through you, Mr. Chair, yes, there would still be a significant increase in the Greenbelt area.
So it's not a net loss in any regard. It's
No, not at all.
and would that be a helpful selling feature if we were to had an opportunity to speak to the minister to support this kind of an initiative? Would the county planning department be able to provide us with some, figures and showing what the net increase in the Greenbelt would be here in the township if this moved ahead?
Yes, we can certainly pull together that kind of information.
Super. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Goida?
Thank you very much. Yeah, this report is really, really, really well done. There's been some really hard and creative work done here. And I think of particular importance is the emphasis that the long-term economic stability of the township has a significant impact to the county as a whole, as also Councillor Balmer has just spoken to. Just a question that I had in terms of the request to the ministry to recognize the regionally significant economic development study area and to exclude that area from the Greenbelt expansion. Is that something you would expect to be a lengthy process with the ministry? And how does the planning and the consultation piece move ahead in the meantime while we wait for an sort of a decision on that?
I think that's a really good question. Certainly, we don't have any precedent really for a process here, but we will be sending it to the well, we've already sent the amendment to the province. They have a 90-day review window. So we should have comments back from them at the latest in the new year. And that would be before we would go to a public meeting or public open house. So okay, it will help. I think that's a good point in terms of how we do frame the conversation in the future.
Okay, so but it doesn't necessarily hold up the other pieces of the work that's being done while we wait.
I think yeah, if we had to, I hope this doesn't happen, but we would want to preserve the rest of that amendment, the
right,
producing the complete communities and the county growth structure. So if we didn't get support from the province, then I suppose we could remove those elements from the amendment and continue with the balance.
Okay, a second question, and I hope this doesn't sound, it's more of a clarification question, maybe more so for myself, but it relates to the hamlet of Puslinch. Who ultimately makes the decision as to adding it or not adding it?
Okay, so ultimately, the province is the approval authority for this amendment.
Okay.
And certainly we would, it would need to be supported by county council as well.
Okay. And is there any indication of how much additional growth potential could be achieved if it was included?
Sorry, additional growth potential that would be created within the new hamlet?
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, it always depends on the willingness of the landowners in the area. We haven't done a detailed analysis of I guess the difference is if it were to remain secondary agricultural, it would be within the constraints of the 2005 cutoff, one severance, per lot. Within a hamlet, those lot creation policies would no longer apply. So there are a few larger tracks. I don't think, you know, we would expect a huge, you know, influx of lots, but there does appear to be potential for more lot creation there. We can certainly look at that in more detail.
Okay, and lastly, the report speaks to the economic development study area to be looked at for employment and other uses. And I'm just, what are other uses, or is it just sort of vague there on purpose?
Yeah, so intentionally so. And really the primary purpose is for, you know, the economic development, the employment type uses, but we did want to leave the door open for some, if it could be residential in particular areas, such as Morriston, that we wanted to keep the door open for that, but that would all need to be looked at as part of the study ultimately, and what types of land uses would make sense and how that would fit into the growth allocations.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Really great work. Thank you.
Aldo?
Mayor Sealy, just a couple of comments in response to Councillor Goya's questions. The first was the length, you know, the length of the process that we expect in terms of getting a decision on the OPA, or more specifically on the regionally significant economic development area, study area. Here's what we hope. The province receives the request to include it. It would likely be a different division of the ministry of the province. When they do the Greenbelt, they recognize it and identify probably a hold or some other kind of mechanism or a transition provision to allow the township and the county to deal with moving forward with policies and land uses as it relates to the study area. I don't know, but I would expect that the province may give us a timeline to do that. They won't just leave it indefinite, but I don't know. So if there's a timeline, and it may impact on the previous question, Mayor Sealy, you had about how quickly do we move? So again, we're not quite sure, as Sarah has indicated. This is new territory, and we'll have to just wait and see. Your question about the hamlet of Puslinch, if it's identified. Historically, one of the reasons why the previous council put a sort of deferral on the hamlet was because proponents and in terms of receiving comments from the Ministry of Transportation were always being denied access. Hence, council of the day said, well, you know, let's just park this until the bypass is done. So to answer your question about timing and then the level of growth that we might see, it would depend on when the highway is actually constructed. Because as a road authority, they will continue to refuse the access for development purposes, we anticipate. So this is probably something that we'll see at some point after the construction of the new highway. In terms of ability or opportunities for more growth.
Do you want to have a follow-up, Councillor Goyda?
No, thanks very much for that. Thank you.
Councillor Spillis?
Yes, thank you, Connie, for giving us a lifeline with this proposed regional significant development economic area. You know, you look at where we are, you see a steady slope down, and this at least gives us some hope that we got some window left for the future. But going back to a couple of comments that Mr. Solis had with our mayor, you talked about the study. And when we went through the budget last week, we sort of allocated 30,000 for us and 30,000 for the county. what do you see as the cost of this study? Because if it's going to be more than that, we should know now. Otherwise, we're going to be misrepresenting the true costs.
Is it enough? Probably not.
Okay.
We only see these costs going up. So, we'll need to look at, as Sarah's indicated, the level of review is including transportation, agriculture, and environment. So, but again, this could be a phase thing. So we may do work together to get a component of the work done in one budget, and then consider looking at a follow-up in the following budget. So, but to give you a number, it's hard to predict until we actually prepare terms of reference. Sarah, I don't know if you have any comments to share with respect to, I know we can talk about our own MCR work and how we assumed a budget and we've surpassed that. So, but we can certainly speak with your CAO and further on this prior to your deliberations on your budget for next year.
I think all that I would add is that as the work on the MCR progresses, hopefully some of that can plug in. So if, for example, if we had the agricultural system work advanced enough, then, we would have more certainty around what the actual designations are in the area, and maybe that'll reduce some of the work, or even around the natural heritage system work that we'll also be embarking on.
Let's maybe go to Mr. CAO real quick, Councillor Spools.
No problem.
Thanks. I was just going to say the same thing that Mr. Salas just said, that if it sounds like this is going to be a 2-year project, then perhaps this amount would be sufficient for the first year, depending on the finalization of the scope, and then the concluding component of it would be the following year. So that's something we could definitely take a look at.
Next question relates to one of my pet discussions all the time, and was mentioned by the mayor in this discussion with you. This issue of the floodplain within Aberfoyle not usable. You mentioned that you discussed it with the province in context of Minto, but I would suggest that things have changed since the discussion with Minto. We have now the Greenbelt plan imposed on us, and we're looking for any opportunities to or rationale to expand Morriston and Aberfoyle. And this to me is a logical item to pursue. I'm going to strongly suggest that you go back and suggest that to the province. In other words, your map encompass Aberfoyle to allow for that, because that to me is a big hole in Aberfoyle that we can't use, and we certainly can use it outside in the context of the Greenbelt. It makes sense to the province to give us an opportunity elsewhere. I'm not going to get into some of the details you and I discussed, Sarah, but other opportunities, 1 kilometer each side of the highway, is that something worthwhile to pursue?
I'm sorry, what was that?
1 kilometer each side of the highway, is that an opportunity to pursue?
Well, that is something that we did look at when we were considering the boundary, and what we found is that to the west, there are significant environmental constraints and fragmentation of properties, and then to the east, that's the largest, continuous prime agricultural piece of land in the municipality. So we really wanted to hang this also on the bypass and the improvements that are being proposed. So we felt that this had a lot going for it.
No, I agree with this, and I'm looking at other opportunities to throw more irons in the fire, more the better type of thing. Maybe a couple of them will stay in and come out. The other, the official plan talks to county residential areas is prohibited by the official plan. Like I look at Aubrey Meadows, and council did support the expansion of Aubrey Meadows, and I see it as an opportunity for a legitimate expansion. In other words, they have to demonstrate, obviously, they have a sewer system, they have a water system. Something like that makes sense as well to have in the another iron in the fire type of thing. Can you comment on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would, there is a site-specific planning application for that property, and I don't think I want to weigh in on it for that reason. That'll need to, be considered through the process.
Okay, and the other opportunities around gravel pits once they're finished. This seems to be lakefront property being could be developed.
Okay, certainly there are a lot of aggregate licensed pits within the study area and outside of it. We see this as it is a big issue for consideration, but the lifespan of those pits is unknown, and it's certainly something that could be looked at, but maybe outside of the scope of the study area.
No problem. I understand it. I'm just looking down the road type of thing. Keep us going. This happens, great. If it doesn't happen, I'm throwing more irons in the fire to see what else that we can think about to help us out. Okay, and I heard the conversation you had previously about mapping in terms of how much area will be available for lot creation. So it's premature to ask that question, so I won't ask it. So that's pretty well it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, where do my notes go? Actually, I'm pretty comfortable with this as it is. Oh, that's what I wanted to ask you. The 90-day comment period that the ministry needs to respond to you, will Roma be over before that expires, or does the 90-day comment period expire prior to Roma? So why I'm asking is, I don't want to request a delegation to the ministry to advocate for this when the comment period's over and they've already made their decisions. So
when is Roma?
Sarah, don't put me on the spot.
Why don't we get back to you, Your Worship? We'll check the dates and then we'll confirm that. I think is it the second last week of January?
23rd, 24th, 25th, is it not? Last week, well, second last week.
Yeah, we'll get back. We'll confirm that, and then we'll let you know soon, because I know you want to arrange for those discussions with the minister if it's something that's if the timing is right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. CAO.
If timing is a concern, we're not necessarily bound by the restriction of the Roma conference. We can request a meeting with the minister at any point in time. So just so we have that flexibility, people are aware of that flexibility.
Okay. All right, so what do you need from council? The endorsement of this report, or we just receive it for information? It's already been submitted to the ministry. Ms. White Fox, what's the resolution we have?
The resolution that's prepared is to receive the county official plan report OPA 119 county growth structure for information.
I guess we should endorse it. Does the province prefer to see reports like this endorsed? Would that be beneficial? Mr. Salas or Ms. Wilhelm?
It certainly would support the county's initiative in terms of these two items that are specific to post-lunch, because the broader growth structure of the amendment is county-wide, but these two items are specific to your community. And I think it's important that if you do support the initiative that's being presented through this amendment, that's expressed with your resolution. So I would recommend that, yes. And and keeping in mind, the minister is quite aware. The minister is quite aware of the detailed responses you have provided on the Greenbelt expansion proposal. So this just is an extension of what you've already indicated to them formally.
So I would look from council a resolution to endorse this report, OPA 119, and that we forward our endorsement on to the appropriate minister and Speaker of the House, the whole gamut. Okay. Does somebody want to propose that, or Ms. White Fox, could you?
Well,
Sorry.
Mr. Chair, perhaps we could just add it to receive the report for the proposed amendment and endorse the specific proposals that deal directly with Puslinch.
Isn't OPA 119? Oh no, this report was the actual title. I'm fine with that as long as it captures. Just sorry, I may show my ignorance of this, but isn't OPA 119 the report that's specific to Puslinch?
But it includes policies that will affect the entire county. It affects the official. Has things that affect the entire county official plan, and it includes policies that apply only to Puslinch.
So, Mr. Stiles and Ms. Wilhelm, is there concern if we endorse the entire OPA 119, or would you prefer it just to be specific to the two items for Puslinch?
Well, what I would just note is the last part of the county resolution says that staff be directed to request the minister to consider exclusion of those two areas as part of the proposed Greenbelt expansion. So if you wanted to rework that to meet your needs, that would be another way. You could endorse the full report and then make reference to that specific resolution.
Ms. White Fox, can you share your screen as to the resolution that you have typed up, please?
Just so if I can add a comment, Your Worship, the amendment is out for comment right now. So I suppose your council doesn't want to support the amendment without hearing from your own community. I think what you want to say is that you endorse the idea that from the county council's perspective of excluding those areas because they're being considered for changes in another through another amendment.
Did you capture that, Ms. White Fox?
It's a bit nuanced, but.
So can you say that? Can you say that again, please, Aldo?
I think what Sarah was referring to, Mayor Seeley, was the last recommendation, item 6.0 of the staff report, which was our direction to request the minister to exclude the proposed study area and the hamlet from consideration of the Greenbelt expansion.
Can you pull both those up, Courtney, on your own computer? So it's the last little paragraph, 6.0 of the report is what Mr. Salas is referencing. And you can almost copy and paste it. Yeah. Am I being helpful or no?
Yep, that's helpful. So just if you can see the report here, we're looking at section 6 recommendations of the report.
Last paragraph.
Just take that last paragraph.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we would like to, at this point, just remove the endorsing the specific proposals, just to Ms. Wilhelm's point that we haven't had our public consultation yet or heard the results of it.
Correct.
Okay.
You just want to give that a quick read out loud for us, please, Ms.
Certainly.
Whitehouse?
The council receives correspondence item 10.3 regarding report PD 2021-25 county official plan review, OPA 119 county growth structure, and that staff be directed to request the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to consider the exclusion of the regionally significant economic development study area and the hamlet of Quislinch identified in the amendment as part of the proposed Greenbelt plan expansion.
Okay, council, any concerns with that? Councillor Bulmer?
Oh, sounds good to me. Thank you.
Councillor Goida?
Good to me too.
Councillor Spools?
Which staff do you want, the township staff or the county staff? It's the county staff, we should say that county staff be asked to request.
Well, the county staff's already submitted it for request. I'm not sure. Mr. Salas, is it direction to you or direction to, I thought it was direction to our personal staff. Where'd he go?
I'm here, your worship.
Oh.
Like the liaison is between county staff and the province, is it not? On this matter?
Well, I feel that this resolution is telling them or asking the minister and showing him that Quislinch Council and staff have been directed because the county's already submitted. Is that really what we're trying to accomplish, or both?
Your second recommendation could include, and I'll look for Sarah's endorsement of this, but your second recommendation could include that council concurs with the direction provided by county council to county staff to consider the exclusion, et cetera, et cetera. So you're pretty much endorsing what county council's already indicated. You support that. Is that helpful?
I'm just waiting to see what Ms. White Fox types and I'll let you know.
Sorry. So this is more of that township staff be directed to forward a resolution of council's endorsement.
Sorry, I'm going to pause you there, Courtney. Councillor Spoolis, I feel that you understood what Mr. Salas was relaying. If you could help Ms. White Fox.
That the township of Quislinch supports the direction of Wellington County Council in that staff be directed to request a minister. Blah, blah, blah. Makes sense now?
Sorry, your worship. I just wonder if it should in fact read that you're asking council, your council is asking the minister to consider the exclusion. The direction's already been, the direction we've already, the direction's being made, yeah.
Okay, so the township of Quislinch request a minister.
Request the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Sorry, you're gonna have to work with her on that one. I don't know what.
That the township was to request the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing consider inclusion of this in the amendment as part of the proposed Greenbelt expansion.
So no mention now of county council or staff.
Well, your worship, you're endorsing the report and the county staff report. The county staff report, as approved by county council, has directed staff to request this of the minister. Your council is now supporting that initiative, specifically that the minister consider the exclusion of those two areas.
Okay, we can put a whereas before that and say whereas London County Council has directed staff to request blah 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 blah.
So sorry, has
requested, has directed staff to request all that sort of stuff, all in there.
Okay,
All right, whereas. And then say be resolved that the township of Portland also requests. So it makes sense now? In other words, you were directed already, and then we're saying we request the same thing.
I think it looks good. I'll have Ms. White Fox read it for everyone, please.
do we want to clarify that the Wellington County Council has directed county
County
staff?
Sure.
Okay. The council receives correspondence item 10.3, and whereas Wellington County Council has directed county staff to request the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to consider the exclusion of the regionally significant economic development study area and the hamlet of Puslinch identified in the amendment as part of the proposed Greenbelt Plan and expansion. And therefore be it resolved that the Township of Puslinch requests the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to consider the exclusion of the regionally significant economic development study area and the hamlet of Puslinch identified in the amendment as part of the proposed Greenbelt expansion plan.
Counselor Ballmer,
Makes sense. In
Okay.
favor.
in favor, okay.
Do we need to move it?
Counselor, oh, probably. Do we get a move? Oh, it's moved by That's not. Need a mover. Counselor Spillis, seconded by Counselor Goida.
Sure.
Okay.
In favor.
He's in favor. Okay. Counselor Goida.
In favor.
Counselor, hold on before I get the third one. Mr. Salas, Ms. Wilhelm, or Glenn, any staff have any concerns with the way it's presented? No,
I do
so-
not.
Okay, good. All right. So then Counselor Spillis.
No problem. I approve.
Okay, that's carried. Counselor Bailey.
Sounds good. I'm in favor.
There's already three of them, so it didn't matter if you and I objected. Okay, I think that finishes that report, correct? We can cut the county staff loose. Thank you for your time. It's a pleasure always, and I truly appreciate you calling me your worship, although I really do.
Old habits.
All right. Have a great day.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Have a good council.
My pen died, so I just got to grab a pen. Okay, so we just have 6.2, the Roma conference. As those discussions, I feel we should.
Mayor, I have another item, 6.11.
Oh, 6.11. Okay, you want to do that one first? Go ahead.
I'm easy, since we're carrying on with the previous 6.11.
Yeah, just go ahead, because
Yep,
that was all tied
okay.
together.
I specifically want to refer to 6.4 of that agenda package that was on October the 14th, specifically the Compliance Assessment Report 2085, Wellington Pit Capital Paving Incorporated. Item 22C of that report states importation material for rehabilitation, blending, recycling. The comments made by Capital Paving were clean fill materials passing table 1, agricultural, occasionally being imported to facilitate rehabilitation. After that council meeting, I had a resident call me to say there's a continued material being brought into that area. She had alluded to this, she had mentioned this to me back in June, and I had followed up with township staff, and they've been investigating that. So again, she mentioned it, and then I looked at the, I trolled through the this agenda package to find compliance assessment report. I couldn't find it, and I realized it's probably our last council meeting, and there it was. So what I'd like to suggest is that we ask that Capital Paving provide test reports that the material being brought to site demonstrates that it meets Table 1 agricultural, and a copy be sent to the minister. Now, Mr. Swinderger may add a little bit on his investigation for information to council.
Mr. CAO?
Sure. Yes, we can request this. I don't think we have a regulatory authority or that they're obligated to, but we could, as a courtesy and in an effort to follow up on our councillor's question, we could certainly request that information and see what they provide to us.
Okay, so I'll take that as a moved resolution. Can I get a seconder so we can discuss it? Councillor Bailey? Okay, perfect. Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think it's important in this particular case, we also need to understand there may be more than one company using the entrance to this property that and maybe two separate properties that material is being taken into, and we want to make sure we understand which material is going where. And it may be different materials going to the two different properties. I believe you're talking about the one on County Road 34, Councillor Salas?
Yep.
Poulos,
yeah. Yes, I am. And the resident specifically noted it's being deposited on the Wellington, on the Capital Paving property.
Okay, so you're talking about the dry material being brought in, being used for rehabilitation then?
That's what they're suggesting. It's agricultural one material, and the resident is concerned that it is not. It's something being dug up from someplace and being brought there.
Okay. No, I understand. Just because I've heard similar concerns about from in the area, but it was not related to the importation of fill to the gravel pit. So just as long as staff knows which property we're looking at, even though there's a shared driveway, shared access. Thank you.
Councillor Goyda?
Yeah, I'm okay with that, as making the request. I don't know if there's any requirement for them to do so, but I don't see harm in asking.
Okay. Councillor Spose, do you want to speak to it again?
I think we should ask. We copy in the NRF as well. To me, it's very important that this is happening. At least the MNRF can ask for it if they don't want to offer it to us.
Okay, Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I'm okay with supporting the ask. Yeah.
Councillor Spoulos, could we leave the MNRF off for now? Just let's ask them, see if they will provide it. If they don't, then we can go to the MNRF and ask for the same records or tests. And then we could just include the correspondence to show the MNRF that we did take the first approach of contacting them directly.
I don't have a problem with that, and I would suggest that amend the motion to say that in the event our staff did not receive the appropriate documentation that the necessary that they pursue it with MNRF. Therefore, it doesn't have to come back to us.
And I don't want to be picking straws here, but or picking hairs, I'm not sure the terminology, but it's not MNRF now. It's mining and development, and it's got a plan.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I just, for when we put it in the resolution, I just want staff to have the proper title. That's all. So the friendly amendment to change the motion. Who seconded? Councillor Bailey, you did. You're still comfortable with that? Okay. Any other concerns? Okay. All in favor? Councillor Bulmer?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
Okay. 6.2 Roma. Can we just do Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing for the special economic area? As long as, county staff's going to report back that the 90-day comment period isn't expired prior to the Roma conference. Does that make sense? Okay, perfect. Ms. Hoyt Fox, do we need a resolution for that 6.2?
Yes, sorry, I'm just catching up a little bit. So
Oh, sorry.
we're just going to request a delegation to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing regarding the request for exclusion of the regionally significant economic development study area and the hamlet of Puss Lynch identified in the amendment as part of the proposed Greenbelt plan expansion. So similar to our resolution on the correspondence item.
Correct. The other thing that just dawned on me is that you have to be a delegate, or sorry, registered with Roma to delegate. So usually I'd like the CAO or someone to accompany me. It'd be nice to be able to share the presentation to the minister or staff or whoever we end up with if we get the delegation. So I don't know, Mr. CAO, were you planning on registering for Roma?
Not unless we had a delegation.
I wonder if county staff are, if they're registered, they could come to the meeting with me, just try to, not that I don't want you there, because I'm just trying to save $700 or whatever it is. Could you follow up with county and see if they're registered, and then
yeah, we'll figure it out. I don't think that needs to be in the resolution. We'll make sure that somebody's there to accompany, whether it's myself or the county or whatever. We'll make sure somebody's there.
also actually, council, while we're here, TAPMO, I want your endorsement of just myself working with staff to request Minister of Finance delegation for TAPMO. I don't think it needs a resolution of this council, but I would just work with staff to submit that on TAPMO's behalf as the chair. Oh, you're not muted, Glenn. Are you talking to me or did I cut out?
No, sorry. Everything just froze for me for a minute here. That's fine.
Okay. So I'm just going to work with staff, and I'm going to submit the delegation request for TAPMO through our staff, because TAPMO, well, the county is now TAPMO staff. So I guess it was North Dumfries did it historically. Other than that, that's all I have. Anything further from councillors? No. Okay, Glenn, I'll follow up with you after about TAPMO. Maybe it's better county does it. We'll have that discussion offline.
Sure.
See where it's a better fit. Okay, so Mrs. Hoyt Fox, how are you doing for the resolution for 6.2?
I have it captured. I'm just confirming the mover and seconder. I'm not sure if we have that.
Probably not. You're gonna mover, please. Councillor Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Goida. Saw you looking at me. Excellent. Okay, now I'll just have you read that resolution, please.
That the consent agenda item 6.2 listed for the November 3rd, 2021 council meeting be received, and that council request delegations at the Roma conference as follows. Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing regarding the exclusion of the regionally significant economic development study area and the hamlet of Puss Lynch identified in the amendment as part of the proposed Greenbelt plan expansion.
Excellent. All in favor? Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goida?
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
Favor.
And Ms. Hoyt Fox, the resolution we passed for the capital pit, is that sufficient for 6.11 to receive that whole thing, or do we need another one to receive that report?
So I have it captured in that resolution. So we've received 6.1.1 for two separate items. First for the county official plan review, and then the second resolution was with respect to the capital paving, and then with the additional requests for the fill test report. So I believe I have them captured just in separate resolutions.
And have we approved them?
You have, yes.
Okay, good, perfect. Okay. Where does that bring us to? A lot of scrolling. Just give me one moment. Delegations reports. Yes. We ready to go, Ms. White Fox? I just don't want to go too quick. So,
Yes, I believe we have our bylaw enforcement officer here for the first report.
excellent, there's Ivan.
Well, Mr. Mayor, members of council,
Good afternoon.
good afternoon. I have here our second draft of the publicized displays bylaw report, ADM 2021-069. I'm available to answer any questions as needed. Just like a brief overview of the report is that we've amended the bylaw according to direction of council to better suit the needs of the community and the purpose of that bylaw. So if there's any questions or concerns, I'm more than happy to answer them. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Councillor Ballmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I really appreciate the work that's gone in and the response to the concerns that were raised, and I think staff's done a good job to bring it along. There's a little bit more work to do, I think, in terms of the consistency of the wording between the application and the wording of the bylaw yet, but I'm sure staff have that well in hand for the next draft. One of the questions I had, though, relates to the actual enforcement of such a bylaw. Maybe you could help walk me through how would this work in the event that someone filed a complaint? Typically, someone files a complaint and someone has 30 days to bring whatever it is into compliance. So maybe you can help me understand how that might be different, or what the timeline to get something, if we can't enforce it, it talks about court fees and courts and how that all works for me. Thank you.
Not a problem, Councilor Ballmer. The usual way of enforcing any type of bylaw would be to issue some kind of a correspondence in writing. And in this case, for the purpose of this bylaw, there's an order that could be issued to the person that is in violation of the bylaw. So we would provide a specific time to comply, to submit an application. And in this case, because we want these applications to be prompt and to be able to address the matter at hand, we would provide a shorter time frame than 30 days to submit an application. For example, my suggestion would be about 2 weeks to get everything together. And then if the applicant submits the application, then the township staff will consider the application and follow the general process, which under this bylaw is subject to appeal from members of the public. If there is no appeal, then the application is essentially granted and conditions are imposed. Now, when it comes to enforcement, the failure to comply with such a bylaw gives us a couple of different options. In the absence of approved set fines, we would essentially issue an information and obtain a summons to have somebody appear in court. And typically court dates are now set a few months in advance. So if this person, for example, does not comply with the order and the offense is continuous, it also gives the municipality more leverage when the case is presented in the courts, that even after the person has been charged, they have failed to comply with the direction of the municipality. So yes, the whole process could be a little bit drawn out when it comes to summons, and there may be multiple appearances based on the appetite from the prosecutor and the municipality to resolve the whole situation. But if there is a set fine granted, and what we're proposing in Schedule A here, there's some fines that could essentially you'd be able to resolve matters on a little bit quicker by issuing a ticket to somebody that fails to comply. I mean, that would not be the preferred option. Our preferred option would be compliance, but this is a case of last resort of issuing a penalty to somebody that fails to comply with the direction of the order.
Thank you. This is helpful because it's the challenge for me is if we have a lengthy, I think it was Councillor Goyda who mentioned it with regard to speeding and things. We can have all the rules in the world, but if the enforcement process is months long or weeks long and the actual event is days long, it's hard to see how the two could work together. And so if I were to look at the process that staff currently has before us, the current application process or current bylaw sort of is worded that the first time there's a problem, well, we won't have time to take enforcement action anyway. So our intention is not to hold someone or take someone to court or fining them the first time there's a problem. But the wording of the policy enables the municipality to be maybe proactive the next time because there'd be a known reasonable expectation or history of a problem. So the second time things might be different, but there's some leniency or some, I guess, opportunities for learning the first time through. So we wouldn't be running people into court 6 months after the first time they do this, trying to get them to stop something they've already stopped. That's correct?
That's correct. So yeah, our bylaw enforcement and complaint policy does allow a bit of leeway on behalf of the township to issue warnings and to educate people, as long as there is good faith, they're acting in good faith and they're willing to comply.
Super, and I appreciate that in this because so much of this is beyond the control of the person who sets up a particular display. And even the fact one of my concerns is that the definitions of a publicized display holds them accountable for actions of other people. So I wouldn't want that to hinder them the first time something goes wrong. As long as we're not coming down with a hammer the first time they're successful, we wouldn't want to make this a problem for them because someone drives by and posts something on a social media site and all of a sudden lots of people are driving by. So I'm glad we have that graduation into this in the bylaw. So I look forward to seeing the next revision. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, the intent is from staff is to bring back another version, or were you hoping for adoption today?
The intent from staff would be to get an as early adoption as possible, but if there's another revision that's necessary, we're definitely open to correcting whatever the public and staff would suggest to correct.
Councillor Balmer, you've provided your revisions to staff that you have concerns about?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So
unless council wants to hear them, I think it'd be probably faster if we just moved on. And I think staff have them. I haven't heard back, but I expect they're going to work on it. So thank you.
Okay, sounds like we'll have to see another draft. Councillor Goyda.
Thank you very much. This version to me seems quite a bit simpler, which I like. It's helpful to see the actual application form, and it doesn't appear to be overly cumbersome. So I think that this is now something that is perhaps a little less intimidating, and it will work to allow these displays to actually be able to take place and hopefully safely. One quick note I noticed under Part 5 of the bylaw, it states that an application is to be submitted 60 days prior to the display. However, on the actual application, it states 30. And I'm just wondering if that is an oversight or if there's a reason why they're different.
Yes, I believe that must have been an oversight with the versions of the application.
Okay, that's fine. The other question I have is, so the bylaw indicates that an application will be processed within 10 calendar days and notify every property on the street. And so understanding that if the application does get approved, there's likely some time required by the applicant to get organized prior to the planned display. And it would likely be helpful to the applicant to receive a decision sooner than later. And I'm just wondering if there's any language that could be added to the bylaw to provide for some clarity to the applicant as to the timeline where they could expect a decision to be made. I don't know if that is perhaps too much of a strain on staff resources, but I'm just thinking if someone is applying to do a big Christmas lights display, but they don't get the final decision until a few days beforehand, that doesn't necessarily give them enough time to get organized. Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Yes, that definitely makes sense. The reason why we put 60 days prior to assembling for this display is to allow the applicant more time to be able to create the display and also get an actual decision, and also have that decision possibly be appealed by a member of the public or the applicant themselves. So with the application, the way it's going to work is essentially when the applicant plans to have the display or the planned assembly for the display happen, they would need to submit this application at least 60 days before. So staff would try our best to process the application sooner than 10 calendar days. But that would be the absolute latest time where we would make a decision and say either yes or no, and then they can appeal that decision. So we provide a 14-day appeal period, and then schedule this for the next council meeting. So it's more than ample time to go through the entire process.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Councillor Spillis?
I don't have any specific comments on this. It's a question of Councillor Bulmer. The comments that you have, are they cosmetic in nature, or are they procedural corrections?
Both. There is contradictions between the wording of the application and the wording of the bylaw, as Councillor Goyda has pointed out, the 30 days and 60 days. There's contradictions between whether it's before the assembly of the display or before the display, which is two different times. There is there's a suggestion in the bylaw that it's the applicant that has to pay for all appeals rather than the appellant that pays for an appeal. I don't know which was intended by the writing. I could go on if you'd like, but
I think you answered my question, Councillor Bulmer.
okay.
I was going to suggest we go out to the public of this, but that's fine. I understand there is a lot of inconsistency to be corrected, so I'm fine with that. Just a question, one not related to this report, but one question of Mr. Ronevsky. We had Halloween just the other day. Were there any complaints received?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Councillor Bailey?
Thank you. Yeah, I had a similar question. Basically, since our last meeting that we saw this bylaw, has there been any comments, or has staff received any feedback?
I haven't been privy to any feedback from the public, at least. I'm sure Courtney can confirm this. I'm not sure if we missed something, but just for clarification.
Councillor Bailey, we have not received public feedback on the draft bylaw.
Okay, so taking into account Councillor Bulmer's comments, what is the timing that we're looking at for this coming into effect now? What's our process here?
Well, depending on the comments, we could bring this back for the next council meeting for another draft, and hopefully have an adoption happen.
Okay, so most of us are aware that there's generally a big Christmas display within the township. I'm just wondering what type of enforcement or parameters we're going to have in place despite this bylaw being approved in time.
We will definitely strive to do some education in advance. So to make the public aware of the new bylaw in place and the expectations, and we will go ahead with leniency and caution when we enforce this. The safety of the public would be the number one priority, and we if there are any publicized displays, we would want to make sure that they occur in a safe fashion if there are safety concerns. However, we would not make it so strenuous to the display holder that at least this year around, they'll be held as accountable, given the fact that this is a new bylaw and there's some transition phase to go through.
Okay, so maybe Ivan, you and I can connect on some messaging that I can help share.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hoyfoss, you have a resolution for this one?
Report ADM 2021-069 regarding a draft publicized display bylaw be received, and that council direct staff to prepare a third draft bylaw to be presented to council at a future meeting, including the revisions as noted.
Mover for that, please. Councillor Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Goida. All in favor? Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
Favor.
Okay, that's carried. We're going to take a 15, let's make it 19-minute break. My computer says 12:41. We'll reconvene at 1 p.m. All right, we'll reconvene from our brief recess. I'll start with roll call. Councillor Balmer.
Here.
Councillor Goida.
Present.
Councillor Spoulos.
Present.
Councillor Bailey.
Here.
I believe the next report on our agenda is 932. And this is Mr. Bunn.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Sealy. The purpose of this report is to recommend the adoption of a multi-year accessibility plan for 2022 to 2026 in accordance with the integrated accessibility standards under the Accessibility for Ontario Disabilities Act, also known as the AODA. The proposed multi-year plan is a statutory requirement, and it'll help the township meet its policy commitments under the AODA, our own internal policies relating to accessibility, and of course, improve overall accessibility for the community. The proposed plan has been presented to the County of Wellington Accessibility Advisory Committee. The comments that were received by the committee have been included in the staff report and incorporated into the plan that you are considering today. It's important to recognize that the multi-year plan is a living document and may be amended from time to time. I highlight this point specifically as council is beginning its deliberations on the 2022 municipal budget, and the priorities and funding options for various initiatives are being assessed. On an annual basis, staff will be preparing a statutory status report on the township's progress in implementing the multi-year plan and the steps taken to comply with the integrated accessibility standards. If priorities are made through either the budget process or otherwise that impact the timelines of the proposed multi-year plan, staff will reflect those changes in its yearly reporting to council and the public. I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have at this time.
Thank you. Can I have Ms. Hoyfox read the resolution so I get a mover, please, and a seconder?
Report ADM 2021-070 regarding the draft 2022 to 2026 multi-year accessibility plan be received, and that the 2022 to 2026 multi-year accessibility plan be approved as presented or amended.
Thank you. Can I get a mover, please? Councillor Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Bailey.
Sure.
Hey, Councillor Balmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Deputy Clerk Bunn. I was very proud to see you at our Accessibility Advisory Committee. It's nice to see staff take that interest, and I appreciate that you've incorporated the comments into your report. Just for councillors' understanding of the change that the committee endorsed was to, one of the two changes was to, the plan had acknowledged that any websites comply with the, whatever the appropriate standard is for accessibility to websites, but often the testing of that compliance is done automatically by a robot or by another program. And there's a number of websites I've reviewed or tested in the past. And one of the key components that the websites must have is that skip to content button. I'm sure you've all seen it on the top of the screen, the skip to content. And the robot will confirm that it's there, but the robots don't look at where it goes, if it goes to an appropriate place on the page, or if it goes anywhere at all. And it's not uncommon for me to hit a skip to content button that takes you directly to the skip to content button on the page. So a simple looking for little misses like that the robots can't catch, I think is a good addition to the plan. So thank you very much, Deputy Clerk Bunn. Appreciate that.
Councillor Goyda.
Thank you. I don't necessarily have any questions, but I think that this is great. I really do like that the Accessibility Advisory Committee was able to provide some feedback, as Councillor Bulmer has just said, and that those recommendations were incorporated. And I also think it's great to continue to receive the annual reports on the progress. And I think that's also a good tool to reference each year during the budget discussions. So really great work on this.
Councillor Spillis.
I echo the sentiments of Councillor Goyda and Councillor Bulmer. Great work. Keep it up, and I have no other comments.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
And me as well. Thank you for all the work with this.
Okay. One item that came up for discussion at that accessibility meeting was one of the individuals mentioned that the actuators for the accessibility door, they encounter them not working periodically. And we spoke with the county staff and asked if they were inspected as part of the regular fire inspection, and it was their feeling that it wasn't, and they were going to add that as an item that to be inspected regularly. So I'm just going to look to staff to, if it isn't already inspected on a regular interval, that we add those buttons, because the kids, especially at the rinks and stuff, they'll use their hockey stick to hit them to open them, and they get damaged. And then if it's not inspected, it could go quite a length of time. So I don't know if you want to comment on that, Mr. Schwendinger, or just take that as.
Yeah, that's a good point. We'll incorporate that into our schedule.
Thank you. All right, so all in favor, Councillor Bulmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
Councillor Spillis.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
All right, next one is Mr. Schwendinger for the mid-block. I'll have Ms. Hoy Fox read it, the resolution, so we can get on the table properly.
So this is the resolution or recommendation that is indicated in the report. So that report ADM 2021-071 entitled Highway 6 Mid-Block Project Interchange Project Concession 7 Agreement is received for information, and that mayor and clerk be authorized to sign the agreement as presented or amended as part of ADM 2021-071 once the township solicitor confirms it is appropriate to do so, and that staff be directed to commence discussions with the county to initiate the process and formalize conveying ownership of concession 7 between Wellington Road 34 and Maltby Road to Wellington County once the MTO completes its construction work on concession 7.
You're gonna move her for that, please. Councillor Goyda. Sure. Councillor Bailey, second it. Yep. Excellent. All right, Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you very much. I think this is the appropriate way to deal with these kind of applications. It should work. A well-written application should work in reverse and in forward. It shouldn't make a difference. So I think it was excellent work on staff's part to acknowledge that there was significant differences between the wording of the agreements depending on who was on which side. The second part of the motion speaks to the County Road 7 or Concession 7 becoming what I'd like to refer to as the new County Road 46. And I don't know if today is the right time to amend that motion, but I certainly would like council to consider that that's just the start of the process. I would like to see that it's concession 7 and McLean Road all the way back to Brock Road become a county road and become the new County Road 46. And that then would connect our industrial park with the interchange, with the new interchange, and to the Guelphs Industrial Park, which is the role of county roads. So although the ask in the motion is just to do concession 7 from Maltby to 34, I think our ultimate goal should be to make sure that goes all the way down concession 7 and across McLean Road back to Brock Road, so that in its entirety becomes the new County Road 46, and the old County Road 46 can become a township road. So I'd be interested in amending that. Perhaps, I don't know what the process would be. I'd like to amend that now unless staff suggests we should take that on a later date.
We have a hand up. I'll let Mr. CAO speak.
Sure, thank you. First, I apologize that we forgot to include the schedules to the agreement, with the draft agreement when we sent it forward. That was my oversight. One thing I would add to this, maybe I'll speak to Councillor Bulmer's comment with regards to the entire length of concession 7. We had discussed that at the staff level as well, and agree completely that would be the ultimate end goal. We were kind of the approach that we thought would be best to take at this time would be to start with this piece and then work on it so that it's not as much of a change or thing to take over, because there are obviously there will be some financial implications to them. One point that I would add is since the writing of this report, I do have an update from the county. As outlined in the report, they during all the meetings we've had to this point, it was kind of it was discussed and just kind of assumed that yes, the county would be taking it over because it's appropriate for it to be at that level with the traffic volumes that are projected and the service levels that are required for an on-ramp to a provincial highway like that. The county did respond and indicated to me that that's not necessarily a foregone conclusion or a decision that's final. They're still evaluating it internally. And that one option that they might come back with, this isn't their position yet, but they're just giving us indication it's an option that might come back, is that the road would remain under the ownership and responsibility of the township, but that we would just enter into a service agreement with them and pay a fee for them to maintain it up to the standards of a county road. So that's an option that they're considering. So that's, like I said, that's a little bit different than what the wording is in the resolution, because I received that after, but I kind of would look to council to seek your direction if you're open to options or you'd like to pursue one or the other. And then I can answer any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. CAO, for that great update. And please send them a card with my thanks, but no thanks. I think the ultimate objective, at least of mine, is that this become a county road for all the reasons previously stated. And I don't want to water that down with any other complications. So I would support the resolution as it's worded, as an iterative step towards having the entirety of concession 7, not all the way down to the bottom of the township, but concession at least to McLean Road and the west part of McLean Road becoming the new County Road 46. So if this is the first step in that process, I support the resolution as it is.
Thank you. Councillor Goyda.
Thank you. I have to say that I had not thought of this idea that Councillor Bulmer has just brought up, and it is so I haven't had a chance to put much thought into it, but it actually seems like an excellent idea. So I don't exactly know what the process would be to initiate that discussion, but I would definitely be in favor of exploring that further. In terms of the sort of new information as to what the preference would be in terms of it becoming a county road or remaining a township road that the county services. I would agree that I think the right approach is for it to become a county road. That aside, I had some additional questions that I had noted here. I was wondering if the MTO have indicated approximately when the construction work would start on concession 7.
Based on the latest information that I have, they are in the midst of evaluation of the RFP that they issued for their design build consultant, and they anticipate awarding that work early in the year, so early in 22. And then the first aspect would be, utility relocates, those types of things to make room for it. That would be, as I understand it, that would be taking place in 22, possibly some commencement of earthworks and things like that, but that's all going to depend on their overall schedule. So 2022 would basically be preparatory work, but then the majority of the construction would be starting after. That would be an ongoing process from then. And they're looking at a multiple construction year time frame for this. So it is going to take some time, which is why we put the extra effort into the review of the agreement too, because it's such a long period.
Okay, it notes in the agreement that that we're provided with 4 months notice prior to the start of the work and 2 months notice prior to the anticipated completion. But is there any provisions for the MTO to provide notice sort of for various components throughout the duration? So guess what I'm asking is, will they provide advance notice when they're going to do closures or partial closures that will be required and the planned detours, so that we can also provide that information in advance, like on our website or social media or whatever the case might be?
Yes, absolutely. There's a project team that's been set up by the MTO, and there's already been discussions around what the detour routes are going to be. And those meetings are going to be ongoing. It doesn't need to be part of this particular agreement. All those meetings will be ongoing throughout the planning of the process and through the construction itself. And that includes the city of Guelph and the county as well, because it does impact their roads too. So as soon as we get that information, we all of us will be sharing that with the public, and the MTO is responsible for circulating that information as well. So it's going to be a big joint effort for all of us.
Okay. And then I did have one last question, which is maybe less relevant given that the county may not end up taking over the road, but it had indicated in here that the conveyance of the concession 7 would maybe take some time. And I guess, again, based on the time frame of the completion of the construction, is there any concern that there could be a window of time between the completion of the construction and the conveyance of the road where we need to be concerned about?
Well, that's the $64 million question that's probably going to burn me at some point. But based on what I know today, the construction period is anticipated to be a number of years, and this agreement is going to cover the whole construction period. So we're covered that way. So as long as we initiate the process with the county at this point, because it doesn't really involve the MTO, this is between the county and us. As long as we initiate the process, have the discussions, we have a few years to go through the process. So the goal is that whatever the final decision is, that whatever we come to, that we clearly know whose it will be and whose responsibility it will be once the MTO is done with it and turns it over to someone.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Councillor Spoulos?
Yes, I agree with pursuing that the county takes over this road in the same vein as the companion road on the west side of the Hanlon. I think it's it's built, it would be built to the standards that the county normally would maintain, and not normally what we maintain. I think it's important that they take ownership and that they step up to the line and do so. Mr. Mayor, as you're being a member of the Roads Committee, is there a way you can influence that decision?
I had that conversation with our CAO. Absolutely at some point, but it's pretty typical of what we normally do is let the staff do it. Don't politicize it yet.
Okay.
There's plenty of time, but there's always an opportunity for county council to make a decision.
Okay. With respect to the actual agreement, I had one resident concern about the intersection of concession 7 and 34 being a roundabout as opposed to a signalized intersection. I was wondering if you can comment on that, Mr. CAO. I don't know if the person's watching or not, but certainly it would be beneficial for them to understand the process that went through into converting it from a signalized to a roundabout.
Sure, can definitely speak to that. That was discussed with the MTO and the county, and it would be a county intersection, given that it's on the main road is 34 there. And initially it was shown by the MTO to be a signalized intersection. And then the county raised the issue that they are moving in the direction for major intersections like that to move away from signalized intersections to turn them into roundabouts, just in terms of ongoing capital cost for the installation and replacement of lights and the annual operating costs. It gets extremely expensive. They're expensive pieces of infrastructure to have. So for a number of reasons, that's the direction the county is moving in. So they requested consideration of that. Then us as the municipality, we also provided comment to the MTO, given the proximity of this set of signals to our fire station. That would be impacting response times through that location. So what we suggested to them, and I know just based on previous experience that they've agreed to this on other projects, was that if they're going to be creating a signalized intersection that's going to impact our response times, that we request that they pay for the installation of an Opticom system. And basically what that is it's a remote override of the controls for the traffic signals, so that as a fire truck is approaching, they can activate a button in the truck, and that will change the signals so that the truck can go straight through without having to stop there. So there's capital costs associated with that, and then they'd have to put equipment in all of the trucks. And then the agreements that municipalities typically enter into is that those ongoing costs, so every time you buy a new fire truck, those pieces of equipment have to be installed or replaced in the new truck. There's an ongoing cost, and that would be all to the MTO as well. So what we indicated to the MTO was that we would be making that same request if it stayed as a signalized intersection for our fire department. So given that, what the county said and what the potential cost would be for them to, on an ongoing basis, install Opticom systems, they came back with a proposal to install a roundabout from the get-go.
Great, thank you very much. I have no other questions. I support the staff's recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have any questions. I think a lot of mine have been touched upon. I like the timing of the goal that of figuring out whose responsibility it is. You know, while the construction is starting, that was my question about that gap in the responsibility. It seems to me if the roundabout is considered a county, roundabout, then it would make sense to have it a county road, both county roads coming into that roundabout. So I support that as well.
Okay, thank you. The only thing I want to add is that on completion of the roundabout and the reconstruction, well, actually probably prior to it, that staff engaged the MTO in trying to get the EDR route changed from through Aberfoyle to down concession 7. And from my conversations with Mr. Fowler is EDRs are preferred with controlled intersections. So that's why it goes down 46, goes to 34 and goes across to the Hanlon. And with the improvements at concession 7, and maybe Mr. Fowler can speak to this, it must be okay because they have a roundabout at 34 now. With the improvements at concession 7, that's now a controlled intersection. And we could advocate for that EDR to be changed, because I picked up on when one of our delegations, I mentioned about truck traffic in Aberfoyle, and if we had the authority to restrict the hours, and one of the MTO staffers asked if it was an EDR. So I feel with it having that designation as an EDR through Aberfoyle, it's a pretty big hurdle to get any restrictions on the truck traffic. So once this goes forward, then council can entertain the idea, or staff could start talking with the MTO on that possibility. Other than that, I don't have anything further. So all in favor, Councillor Bulmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goida?
In favor.
Councillor Sapoulos?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
Favor.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, this next one. Advertisement, communication, and media. This Ms. Hoyt Fox or?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also have Ms. Justine Brotherston here, just if I can take a moment to move her over as well.
Sure, I'll have you read the resolution first, and while I'm doing the vote, you can move her over.
Okay. The council receives report ADM 2021-072 regarding the draft advertisement, communication, and media policy. And that council directs staff as follows.
Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Sapoulos, seconder. Councillor Goida, okay. And then we'll just wait for Justine.
So, Mr. Mayor, I can start with just a brief overview, and then we have Justine as well here to help with any of the technical questions related to any of the tools that are proposed in the draft policy.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, so this policy includes 3 different components. So it includes the communication, advertisement, and then the media relations policy. So it's a comprehensive draft policy, including all 3 of those subject areas. I just want to take a moment to talk a little bit about our staff member, Justine Brotherston. So she really has taken on the role of the implementing Bang the Table, so our Engage Puss Lynch website, and many of the township website updates, including the use of Canva, which is a graphic design tool, and it's new to the township that Justine has kind of implemented for us, and it's been working really well. So the idea would be that Justine in our clerk's department would play a key role with the implementation and ongoing maintenance of the social media program once it's approved. And she has education in communication, social media marketing, and graphic design, and as well as having experience with the scheduling tool Hootsuite. So she's a great asset to the township and our department, especially relating to this this proposed policy and program. So we're in really great shape for when this is approved with our current staff complement to implement this. And we have attached to this report a staff guide and different procedures that we've developed as well to assist staff as we go forward. So what we're looking for today is just some overall feedback on the draft policy as presented, and particularly council feedback on the list of community organizations listed in the report and draft policy as well. So we're both here for any questions or comments.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to staff. Obviously a very, I couldn't believe how comprehensive this was in terms of how many areas it touched. And obviously staff have drawn on a number of sources to create this. And it's a monumental task when you pull those from a variety of sources together to create, you know, an omnibus kind of policy. So good work on your part. And I can think back, it's been several years now that I know it's come up at council to have some way to enable the township to move forward on having some social media presence. And it looks like this is going to be a way where we're going to focus our attention on that, focusing on the things that the staff's time on these kind of township resources, as opposed to putting out other things here and there, which I think will help. It's very timely as well. We had a bit of a conversation on this topic at our most recent Heritage Committee meeting last month. It always comes up about how do we communicate, who communicates, what's appropriate communication, all that stuff, and it's complicated. So it's not easy to get it all written down in a form that's easy to understand. So I recognize that there's a few little edits that need to be made, and I'm looking forward to the next draft to see those fixed up. But to your main question about which groups to follow, I thought maybe it was already implied or to be understood that groups like the school boards and the health unit would be included in the government agencies that would be part of that list. But to your bigger question about local groups, I guess I thought about it, and I had it in mind that a way to distinguish between the two lists might be, we've got a number of local community benefit organizations that provide services or deliver services or help with facilities in municipally owned or provincially funded buildings. It's much like your list shows, the Agricultural Society or the Farmers Market or the Badna Community Center Association or the Parent Teacher Associations or the Parent Council, I guess, at the school, and maybe even our sports teams. These are all groups that are delivering community benefit programs or services through the use of municipally owned or provincially funded buildings. And then the other groups might be the ones where I thought of where council appoints somebody to be a member of, say Friends of Mill Creek or the PLCA or the GRCA, the Hamilton Conservation. These they work both in and maybe out of the township, but the council appoints somebody to those organizations, and that's how I kind of divided the list up in my mind. So anyway, I don't know if that's helpful at all, but good work, and I'm looking forward to the outcome.
Councillor Goyda?
I apologize. I just had to answer a call from my kid's school. So I missed a little bit of what Councillor Balmer just said there at the end. And so hopefully I'm not being repetitive. I am thrilled that we're at the stage of incorporating the social media policy. I think it's a long time coming, and I'm overall really happy with the policy. In terms of the community organizations that will be approved to follow and share, I guess, and I'm sorry if Councillor Balmer already asked this question, I was curious as to how local sports groups and charitable organizations would fit in. Is there any thought on that from staff, if that fits in with the sort of the content standards listed in section 5?
Thank you, Councillor Goyda. And I think that does speak a little bit to what Councillor Balmer had just mentioned as well, just as it related to groups that operate for community benefit or groups that offer programming using public facilities, things like that, and how those groups can be incorporated into the list. So I think the sports groups, our soccer, our baseball, those types of groups that use our facilities could certainly be looked at in the next draft to be added.
Okay. And then I just had a couple other questions about the policy. Is now the appropriate time, or did you want to just talk about the user groups at this time?
Say your comments now. Yeah, be a good time.
Okay. So I just had a question about the moderating the third-party comments on the social media platforms. The policy, it speaks to accounts being monitored during business hours, but I mean, understandably, a lot of the comments and threads would take place during evenings and weekends. And obviously we wouldn't expect staff to be looking over each comment 24 hours, 7 days a week. But is there anything that could be done during the non-monitored hours to ensure that commenting and things like that are appropriate?
I think that would be with the current service level that we're proposing in this, it would be the next business day that staff would log in and take a look and see what's gone on a particular thread, and then take any action if necessary in accordance with the policy. But of course, if we do notice that there are problems or there are things coming up where perhaps the public commenting is needs to be restricted, the platforms that we are suggesting the township start with, so YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook, they all have the ability to deactivate the commenting feature as well. So there, we have a little bit of flexibility there if we do find that the staff resources aren't able to keep up, or if we do find it becoming problematic.
Okay.
I'll add to that as well, Councillor Goyda, with my own Connect with Mayor Sealy page. It has to be approved by the admin before it's posted. So there could be a slight delay, right? Because I was getting some people trying to stir up stuff. So all the posts have to be approved by administrator, and maybe that's the route that they could go here.
And that's the same with comment. Like if the township posts something, like the comments also have to be approved before they get posted.
That part I don't know, but
that's
there's
the part
tools
I'm
in
a
place.
bit worried about. Yeah.
Mr. CAO.
Sure, I can speak to that a little bit too. Given the resources that we have, as Ms. White Fox mentioned, you know, the intent is not for staff to be monitoring this 24/7, because that will become a full-time job, and that's not the intent of our social media presence. It's more of a way for us to dispense information to the community. And if people are commenting on there, you know, and asking a few questions and we can get back to them, that's fine. But if it does start to become a problem, and that does take place in some municipalities, then what municipalities they are forced to do then is to shut down the comments or do a filtering mechanism like the mayor referenced. One tool that we do have available for us, if we do have a specific topic that we do want to seek specific engagement on, is that engagepuslinch.ca, right, through Bang the Table. And through that service that we have, those comments as part of the service are all monitored 24/7. So any inappropriate language or comments, or, you know, things that aren't appropriate for they're automatically removed by that process. So we do have a mechanism to do that. This is just trying to get information out to the community.
This should be pretty much a one-way street. Message goes out.
Right.
If they have comments, they have my phone number, they have everyone's email. They can send their concerns that way.
Yeah, and I understand that the engagement component is meant to be through the Engage Puslinch website. I was just more curious than anything. The other question I had is in regards to in section 6.4, it speaks to following accounts, and I guess it's my understanding that following other accounts would be to keep the township informed as to what those accounts are sharing. And I'm wondering if there's any criteria as to what we would be resharing from the followed accounts, or is that meant to just be at the discretion of staff?
So I don't believe we've included any criteria of what we would be reposting with these groups that we're looking to follow. We could certainly include that perhaps in a guide to give staff a better understanding of what we should be doing and what we should be reposting. And we can add that. We can take a look just and add a few bullet points of these are the types of posts or content that would be applicable to the township and we could share.
Okay. And then lastly, this is just a comment on the Engage Puslinch proposal guide that is included in here. I just wanted to let council know that at the rec committee, we are actually at this exact moment working through a couple of those proposals using that guide. and it seems to be working really quite well. So I think that it is a great addition. It makes things very straightforward to propose projects on our Engage Puslinch website, and I think it will really help get people using that platform. So that's all I had.
Thank you. Councillor Spoulos.
Yeah, in terms of the groups, on your website, you have a listing of the community groups and includes the various churches, includes the Whistle Stop, includes the library. So it includes obviously the various clubs such as soccer as well, and the Puslinch Conservation Authority. So I would suggest all those be included. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be, unless there's history with some of them that we're not aware of. So that's basically my comments. In terms of the other stuff, I'm really glad that you're bringing us into the new age from the dark ages. I really much appreciate it.
All right, Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. Yeah, this is pretty exciting to see. I know a lot of questions I've had in the past have always ended up in, well, that'll be figured out in the social media policy, and that'll be decided, you know, once we get that policy going. So I'm super excited to see this on here. One of the community groups that I would really like to see added to the list is Safe Communities. I really think from that committee perspective, I mean, our struggle is how do we get messaging out? So if we could do it through this media, it would be fabulous for that. I'm not sure if this fits in here. I'll give an example of a situation that came up, and you can tell me if staff can tell me if this fits into the communication component. But a few weeks back, it was evening, so after hours, a tree had come down across Watson Road, and I was trying to call the after hours, but in that part of the township, there was no cell reception. And so I had no way to contact anyone using my cell phone to get some assistance, but I could text. So I didn't know if there was a method through this communication where a texting type message could come into staff to let them know about something like this.
Maybe that's more of a question for our CAO.
Sure. Yeah, we can incorporate something just in our operating practices internally to allow for things like that, for counselors to contact, you know, in emergency, things like that. But that doesn't need to be formalized in this communications policy. So yeah, if you needed to text the after hours emergency number, or, you know, a department head because it's an emergency, yeah, we will come up with some way to deal with that, but that's just an internal thing. We don't want to set it up though that members of the public are texting staff at all hours of the night either, right? So that's why we've set it up for the emergency on call. But given the cell reception challenges, yeah, we can see that there may be a need for texting, so we can incorporate something like that just operationally.
Right, but that relies on the 5 of us coming across the emergency.
Mm-hmm.
What if it's a resident coming across the emergency? What, you know, and they have no cell reception, what is their method to text an after hours, you know, need a tree removed off the road type situation?
Well, can I interject? I mean, you could always get in your car and drive a kilometer down the road till you have reception and call 911, or you could go up a laneway and bang on a door. There's going to be circumstances beyond our control that, you know, you're just going to have to improvise on the fly, but that would be my suggestion. And Mr. Schwindinger? Yeah,
I would tend to agree that there are pockets in various areas of the municipality, and those hopefully will be improving in the near future with the additional infrastructure that's going in. But leave this with me, and we'll review it and see if there's something that we can do. We're trying to have some type of semblance of an order to communicate emergency information, right? And the amount of contacts that they have and one place to go to for contact and that type of stuff. So leave that with us and we'll take a look at it.
Great. Good. And then I had asked a question about, I just, picking up my mail the other day at the township office, I had all these Ontario Good Road Association magazines. And one of the big things in there was something called Municipal 511. And what I'm figuring out I'll just read what it says. It's a comprehensive map-based road information management and communications web service. So behind the scenes, it's a common operating picture for emergency responders and managers. So I'm not sure if it's something it needs to be purchased, but I'm just wondering when we're considering, coming out of the dark ages, if this is something that maybe we need to look into in terms of, if there was an accident and it's shutting down the 401 in real time, people can log on to our the township website and then see in real time the traffic congestion and the backup along 34 and the backups along 36 and that kind of real time. So I'm just wondering if staff could maybe look into that and see if it's something that would work with our township, or maybe it's something that's not needed.
Now that you explained what that is, I do recall being involved with that in the past, and there are benefits to it and it is good to have real-time live information, but if you are going to go down that path, then you need to resource it appropriately so that you have staff that are able to do that 24/7, 365. Because otherwise, if it's only during business hours, then the point is kind of useless, right? And that there is a subscription fee, if I recall correctly, to participate in all that. And then we could look into that if that's something that council would direct us to do. But given experience, it can be a significant challenge labor-wise if you don't have staff already working 24/7, different shifts that could cover it all.
Okay. I was hoping, it would be a non-staff needed type program, but
no, unfortunately it's not.
Okay. All right, thanks very much. This is great to see. Thank you.
Okay, so I think staff have heard where they got to adjust the list of organizations that they're going to include. I would suggest that they cross-reference with our other policies, one being the users fees and charges bylaw. If they are eligible for the reduction as an organization that brings value to the community, then they should be included as well. But I think we'll see another draft of this in the near future. So we have our mover and seconder. That's right, Ms. Hoyt-Fox?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
All right, so all in favor, Councillor Bulmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goida?
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
All right, Ms. Hoyt-Fox, you're up next. So I'll have you read the resolution, please. 935.
The council receives report ADM 2021-073 regarding request for beverage alcohol sales on eligible holidays. And the council approved the request from Ultramar Gas located at 311 Brock Road South for the sale of beverage alcohol sales on eligible holidays, and that staff prepare a letter of approval for the duration of the 5-year term of the LCO convenience outlet.
You're going to move for that, please. Councillor Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't have any issue with this request or sending a letter, but it may be beneficial to include in the letter the address and distance to the outlet in Morriston, just in case it wasn't captured in the application. I don't know if it would count because it's not a full LCBO or beer store, but just to make sure we've done our due diligence to making the ministry aware.
They've moved it. The one in Morriston no longer exists.
Oh, it's
This one
gone.
moved. Yeah, they moved it up to the Ultramar from Morriston. It's the same people.
Oh, it's
new
the
location.
relocation. Okay,
Yeah.
my misunderstanding, then no issues.
Counselor Goida,
I have no issues. Thank you.
Counselor Spoulos,
I'm good, thank you.
Counselor Bailey,
Sorry, but I have a couple comments. My initial reaction was we are in this location is in very close proximity to two major highways, so 6 and 401. I don't know about any of you, but there's an awful lot of beer cans and liquor bottles in our ditches. So I didn't know this just increases sort of the use of all of this. And I didn't know if there was an option to just do like a 1 year, like we would recommend for 1 year and then see how things go, or if there's a way to say yes and then be able to pull back if things aren't going well. Anyway, I just wondered if staff had any comments on that about that issue.
So just with respect to the term, so the reason why we wrote 5-year here is because that's the term that they're given the permission from the AGCO to operate an LCO. So it doesn't necessarily have to be for that length of time. It could be for a year. So that's something that definitely could be revised.
Okay, thank you.
all right. Okay, all in favor, Counselor Balmer,
In favor.
Counselor Goida,
In favor.
Counselor Spoulos,
In favor.
Counselor Bailey. Did she say anything? Is she there?
Favor. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. All right. Oh boy. 941. Who is Miss Ferris here for this one?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I believe we have Megan here.
Hi, Megan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Ms. Clerk, I would just note that we also have Joanna Salzberg here as well. Could you also move her forward?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you very much. So I'll just do a little bit of an intro. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, for having both myself and Joanna Salzberg here. Joanna and I have prepared just an information report regarding ARUs within Whistling and some information that's gone on within the county and the Planning Act changes. And Joanna's going to go through kind of a summary of that report for this council. It's also an opportunity for Joanna to be introduced to this council. So this will be her first time in front of Township of Whistling's council. And then both Joanna and I are here to answer any questions and hoping to have a good discussion about this topic. So I'll leave it in Joanna's hands for now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Megan, for that introduction. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. It's a pleasure to be with you here today and to meet you. The purpose of this report is to provide council with an overview of the legislative and policy changes for additional residential units, to outline the current township zoning bylaw requirements for accessory apartments, to provide a summary of zoning approaches used in other municipalities to address additional residential units, and then also to provide some preliminary ways to amend the township zoning bylaw. In particular, today we're seeking input and direction from council regarding additional residential units and the matters that we've preliminarily identified that could be addressed in an amendment to the bylaw. We're also seeking direction regarding public engagement for additional residential units. Just in terms of some policy background, through Bill 108, More Homes, More Choices Act, the Planning Act was amended to alter policies requiring municipalities to authorize the use of additional residential units within their official plans. These changes included an update in the terminology for these units, requiring municipalities to authorize additional residential units in their official plans by permitting 2 on a property. So 1 additional residential unit is permitted within the principal dwelling and 1 additional residential unit is permitted within a detached ancillary building. In summary, the Act permits a property to contain 3 dwelling units, a principal dwelling unit, and 2 additional residential units. The county official plan was amended through official plan amendment 112, and it was adopted in 2020 to implement the changes to the Planning Act in regards to these additional residential units. In our report, we've detailed the matters that the official plan identifies to be addressed when municipalities are going through the process to update their zoning bylaws. Some of these matters are required to be addressed through the process, whereas others are for the local municipality to consider while they're working through the process. The township zoning bylaw currently contains requirements for accessory apartments, which are permitted as of right in a number of zones. In the current zoning bylaw, an accessory apartment within an ancillary building is only permitted within the agricultural zone. The bylaw also contains provisions regarding accessory apartments in section 4.2, which we've included within our report. And the bylaw contains requirements for things like parking, prohibiting short-term accommodations from occurring within accessory apartments, and prohibits accessory apartments within the Aberfoyle floodplain zone overlay. In creating this report, we also reviewed the zoning bylaws of other municipalities to provide insights into best practices regarding additional residential units, and you can find that summary attached to the report in attachment 1. In terms of possible changes to the township zoning bylaw, the township bylaw does require an amendment to be brought into conformity with the requirements of the County of Wellington official plan regarding additional residential units. Under the county official plan, there are some matters that are required to be addressed within zoning bylaws and some that the municipality should consider when undergoing the process of updating the bylaw. So in terms of items that are required through the update, and you'll see our list within our report, item 1, which is permitting two additional residential units on a property, is one of the things that's required. Item 2 is changing the term accessory apartments to additional residential units for consistency with the wording of the official plan. Item 3, allowing additional residential units within detached structures within the urban centers and hamlets, which facilitates these units on eligible properties. Item 7 is also required, which prohibits additional residential units on hazardous lands as defined by the Conservation Authority. And then item 11, which is the clarification that minimum distance separation formula is applicable outside of the settlement area. You'll notice other items within that list, which are ones that the municipality should consider when they're updating the zoning bylaw. One of them is providing clarity that an additional residential unit can be a standalone use within an ancillary building. And this is one that we would really like to hear council's input on today on this point to see if this is a direction that council's interested in pursuing. Establishing provisions for safe driveway access and single driveway access, considering the prohibiting of a garden suite where an additional residential unit is permitted on the same lot, considering reducing the height permissions from the current 8 meters, considering reducing the maximum gross floor area from 130 meters squared, and then also referencing the Ontario Building Code requirements. We're also looking for council direction today regarding public engagement. It's our recommendation that the public engagement follow the standard process for a zoning amendment and that a public meeting is scheduled. So in conclusion, planning staff are recommending this report be received for information from council, that council provides staff with direction with respects to public engagement, and then also that council directs staff to proceed with scheduling a public meeting with proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw. So that concludes our presentation at this point, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Balmer?
Wow, that was great. Good work.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, very, very concise. That was easy to digest. I appreciate that. I have a couple of questions, and judging by your presentation, this will be easy home runs for you. Just a note on MDS being applicable outside of the hamlet areas or outside of the settlement areas. I trust that when we're talking about this is MDS to off-site structures, not on-site. Is that correct?
Yep, that is correct through the mayor. MDS would be measured from surrounding livestock facilities on other properties.
Right. So the presence of a livestock facility on the place where you wanted to have an additional residential unit would not preclude you from having an additional residential unit.
That's my understanding, yes.
Perfect. Interesting, the report included a note regarding, now I'm sure you'll correct me, is it Erin or Aaron?
Erin.
Erin, okay, so Erin has a note in their zoning bylaw regarding the the applicability or permissibility of some of these in the natural heritage system of the Greenbelt. Understanding that the natural heritage system does not represent the entirety of the Greenbelt, can I read from this note that these uses would be permitted inside the Greenbelt, but outside the natural heritage system?
Through the mayor, I think for that question, I'll defer to Ms. Ferris.
Thank you, Joanna. Just through the chair, to Councillor Balmer's question, yes, in short, one of the key policy restrictions that the Greenbelt establishes is that ARUs are not permitted in a dwelling or accessory unit, or sorry, accessory structure if it's within the natural heritage system of the Greenbelt. So if you're outside of the Greenbelt, sorry, the natural heritage system in the Greenbelt, there's flexibility. But I would add there is some additional verbiage that the Greenbelt uses that also identifies a certain scenario where an accessory unit would be permitted.
Okay.
And maybe I won't get into it, but it's yes, there's some flexibility outside of the natural heritage system, but there are some restrictions.
And then how well does the existing county's core Greenlands mapping line up with the natural heritage system of the Greenbelt, just for people to understand what that kind of comparison is? We already have that kind of system already in our official plan, do we not?
Through the mayor, yes, it's relatively close. I think it's essentially the same, but it might actually, the Greenbelt plan might actually cover a broader area, but would generally follow what features have been identified thus far.
The other piece that unfortunately wasn't on your list for that should be considered, but was in the comment, the parts that you looked up in other municipalities, had to do with square footage. Well, you did mention square footage should be considered, but I'm thinking of it in terms of how do we calculate square footage? And I'll give you an example. We always think about the impact of these accessory units being in the bigger homes, but we still have a number of very modest retirement bungalows in the township that were built, many years ago. Some of them are as small as 1,000 square feet on the main floor, maybe 1,200 or 1,500 square feet on the main floor. And if the calculation of square footage is based only on the main floor, which is the typical way for real estate to calculate the square footage of a home, a 40% apartment of that they'd only be allowed 400 square feet in the basement. So I'm trying to figure out, is there a way through this process that some of the people that are having the biggest difficulty being able to afford to stay here are those that are in the most modest of homes? How can we facilitate them having a rentable or usable accessory residential unit when they have such a small square footage on the main floor, but maybe could benefit from having the entirety of the basement rented out as maybe 900 square feet in the basement? Of course, without opening up the prospect of what we've just heard of Toronto, of iceberg homes where you dig second and third basements. So maybe you could speak to that, how we can help the small homeowner still have an accessory unit that's not so small it's not worthwhile.
Through the mayor, I can jump in on that one. The question of having an additional rental unit take up a whole basement was something that was contemplated in a number of the bylaws that we reviewed, to kind of reflect the fact that if you have a 40% lot coverage, if it's a dwelling where the basement is the same size as the main floor, it may be difficult to section off a part of the basement. So that is definitely one of the things that we came across. And if that's a direction that council is interested in going in, that's good for us to know. There are other bylaws that either approached the area of an additional residential unit as a percentage, so that 40%. And there were other ones that capped it at a size. And there are benefits to taking either of those approaches, but those are things that we could look at within the bylaw.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I think I like having the dual, the percentage and the cap. But I think where I'm struggling with is how to determine, are we basing it on, if someone doesn't have a finished basement, are we considering the percentage to be a percentage of the potential total or of the current total living area? I think that's what I'm speaking about, is how to clarify the definition of how we calculate that percentage based on what we consider to be the current square footage. Do we include basements in the square footage or not?
So through the chair, currently the way the bylaw is written, there's a reference to floor area, and floor area is defined. And so it seems to incorporate any story of the building between exterior walls. And then it excludes service spaces. So I would say the way it's defined now, it does seem like floor area would capture any story of a building, so including a basement is the way I would read that. So I think right now it is being to some degree addressed through that definition
Okay.
used right now.
That's helpful. I can direct people, so I've had questions on this, so I can help them understand that it would include the existing unfinished basement in the total square footage of the house for their calculation of 40%. So thank you. I don't have any specific concerns regarding the should consider pieces. If you want my input, yeah, maybe a garden suite might not be appropriate on if we've already got two. Maybe the third is maybe a step too far. And I don't disagree with limiting the height. But other than that, I don't have any other additional concerns about what's being proposed. Thank you.
I think I'm going to change the format here. Let's go through each item that you need direction from council on, because people are going to give their opinions and then we're going to have to revisit everything. So I believe I'm on page 314 and you have this list in Roman numerals. That's your primary list, right? So number one, permitting 2 ARUs on the property. That one you don't need direction on because we've been told by the province to do that. You have the 1 basement apartment, so that one we're good. Item 2 is council. That's a housekeeping amendment type thing. It's just right. 3. Okay, so this one is the first one we need council's direction on. Allowing ARUs within detached structures within the urban centers and hamlets. So council, if you're prepared, can you give your opinion if you would support that or not, and a brief summary of your position? Councillor Ballmer? Oh,
yes. Yeah, I don't have an issue with that, subject to appropriate, all the servicing, because I think it opens up opportunities to make these properties affordable. It could be over a garage, a detached garage that would be normally built on some of those lots anyway. So,
okay, Councillor Goyda.
Yeah, I think I would have a difficult time justifying why we would allow it in the agricultural zone, but not in an urban center or hamlet. And in fact, to me, if it had to be one or the other, it almost seems like it should be the other way around. But I would not have any issue with it being in a detached structure in the urban centers and hamlets, as well as the agricultural.
And it can be assumed that these all would require servicing, that approval through the building department and all that good stuff. So we don't have to get into discussions about septics and wells. And okay, Councillor Spoulos.
Yeah, I would agree. The only question I got is that contingent on meeting the lot coverage for that area. In other words, if they're under, they're okay. If not, then it's not a go.
Sorry, through the chair. Yeah, we would make sure that it lines up with like other provisions in the bylaw as well. And I think the reality is some of the other provisions in itself will determine if someone actually can reasonably implement a detached structure with an ARU. We want to establish the permission for it, but then they need to demonstrate they can do it.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bailey.
Yep, I'm in agreement. In fact, I thought that was one of the required components anyway, so.
Okay, thank you. Item 4, what's the difference between item 3 and item 4? Providing clarity that ARU can be a standalone use within an ancillary building. We just said that you could have a separate ARU anyway, so does it need to be, like, it doesn't have to be an ancillary building? We just said we're okay with it in the hamlets as well as in the agricultural. So is that not
If
a
I
mute
could-
point, this number 4?
If I could,
Hold
Mr.
on,
Chair.
Councillor Ballmer, I want to hear from the staff. I want to hear from staff first, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the difference would be that essentially, if the additional residential unit is taking up the entire ancillary building, it's almost like the whole, or like a very small house. So the entire use of that building is devoted to the additional residential unit. Versus if you have a separate accessory building that has some kind of component that's associated with the main dwelling. So I believe a counselor had brought up with having the unit above a garage, where the garage component is associated with the main dwelling. So that's the distinction of having a standalone structure that's devoted to this additional residential use versus having a part of the structure being devoted to that use.
So we're going to be discussing whether we'll permit 2 houses on one property. That's what this point is about, correct?
So what I would clarify is, before to answer your question, Mr. Mayor, it all depends on wording and how wording is implemented. Often we'll find that bylaws will state that an ARU is permitted in an ancillary building, but it uses the term within. So there is an interpretation often made that you have to have some sort of component of the building that still serves a purpose to the primary dwelling. And that links back to what you'll often think of as an apartment unit above a garage, and the garage services the primary building.
But we also passed that it didn't have to be above the garage for accessibility reasons, did we not?
That is right, but the term within is still maintained. So we've been taking the interpretation that there hasn't been clear direction from council just yet whether or not you would support the whole building being the accessory unit and essentially allowing a smaller home on the property.
I'm supportive of allowing a second smaller home on it. Everything you read in the papers and coming from the government is there's a housing crisis. And if we have the component, and we'll talk about this in a minute, of the percentage restriction, you know, for size, so you don't end up with 2 giant pustage homes on one property. And then of course the servicing. So I think council, now you hear the discussion is whether you'd be supportive of a secondary small home on a single property. Councilor Ballmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, subject to appropriate scaling limits. I don't have an issue because what we're doing now is a distinction without a difference. You know, you could build. So I don't have, once you have a second unit with a second freestanding with people living in it, whether it has a shop on the side that's being used for another purpose, it doesn't change in my mind from a planning perspective. So because you can't control who uses that accessory use that's part of the additional residential unit. So as I say, it's a distinction without a difference. So I support this with the appropriate size limitations.
Okay, Councilor Goyda.
Yeah, to me, the impact, other than just the exterior aesthetics of having an ARU occupy the entirety of an ancillary building, is no different than the impact of having an ARU above a garage or within a shop or something like that. And so I think that as long as Councilor Ballmer said, the scale is there and the driveway and the parking and the other things that are on this list can be met, that essentially allowing these tiny houses is something that can really help in the affordability of the property as well as assist in the housing crisis. So I would be in favor of allowing that.
Okay, Councilor Spoulos.
No, I'm in favor. The only thing I would like to think about, staff to think about, is typically when we have a severance, there's parkland dedication fees we can capture. If we build a standalone structure for another family to come in, I think we should have the opportunity to do so as well.
I support that.
If I could, Mr. Chair.
I'll just go to Councilor Bailey first and I'll come back to you. Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, I'm in favor of that. I see that you've just put in provide clarity. Do you have some wording already that you're thinking of, Megan?
Well, I think the clarity was we hadn't given direction if we wanted secondary homes. It always had to be attached or there's, so.
I see. Okay. Yep, I'm good with that.
Hey, Councillor Balmer, briefly.
Yes, just, yeah, to speak to, yeah, thank you for that reminder. To speak to Councillor Sapoulis's concern, as we moved away from the cash in lieu being collected at time of severance to it being collected at time of building permit. So I guess I think he's made a valid point there. And we want to make sure that it's captured at the second building permit as well as the first, I guess that would be the process piece that would be different. Is that correct, Councillor Sapoulis?
Absolutely. We're bringing in more families into the township, and they'll be expecting more amenities for their growing families. And I think we should have the ability to capture that through a parkland dedication fee associated with these new dwellings.
Okay. All right. Not sure what you're looking for about the driveway access. You know, our director of public works, it wouldn't be a new driveway, so I'm not sure what direction you need from council on that one. Whether we permit a second driveway, is that the question?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Typically, the way that these are approached is that only one driveway access is used, and a single driveway access to the road is permitted with these units to keep them secondary to the principal use on a property so that you don't have multiple driveways. So that's just something that's listed in the official plan to consider. Generally, that's what we've seen in other zoning bylaws, is only having the one driveway.
Okay, Council Balmer.
Yep, I support it along with the continued clustering to avoid, you know, the additional lot creation. The intention is that it stays all on one lot. So one entrance and clustering of the units.
Okay. Councillor Goyda.
I agree.
Okay, Councillor Sapoulis.
I agree.
Councillor Bailey.
Yep, I'm in agreement.
The next one, the garden suites, they're going to be prohibited where we allow an ARU. Councillor Balmer on that discussion point.
Yeah, I think I don't have an issue if someone has a garden suite and wants to convert then to have an ARU. But I don't know, I think this is a choice that we should, that a resident should choose between one or the other at this time.
Okay, Councillor Goyda.
I agree that it should be one or the other.
Councillor Sapoulis.
I agree. You should have the option of one ARU plus one garden suite or two ARUs.
Okay, Councillor Bailey.
Guess I was looking for clarification on that as well. So we're looking, prohibiting a garden suite.
Maybe
maximum number of units to 3. Is that what that would, primary dwelling and then
ARU basement apartment.
Yeah.
So
maybe I would just provide some clarification, Mr. Mayor, if I can. Right now, your bylaw does allow a garden suite and an ARU, is my recollection. What we're saying is that the county's official plan lets you decide if you want that to continue. So we just wanted to discuss it because if you do, if you're updating as per the county's official plan, the reality is if you maintain the permission for a garden suite as well, it's just consideration that you're going to have a primary dwelling, you're going to allow 2 ARUs, and then you can also potentially have a garden suite. So I think really the consideration is, you know, is that something the municipality wants to see? It's fine if you do, but we'd have to look at it from what that might mean from a servicing perspective. I think once you have all of those units on one property, depending on size. So not everyone would actually qualify.
yeah, so
really
council, you want to see a maximum of 3 units. So you have the primary, the basement apartment, and either an ARU or the granny suite. And then just let staff determine how those 3, whether they prohibit granny suites moving forward. I would assume that anybody that has one would be grandfathered and be able to keep it. Councillor Balmer.
Well, if I could, yeah, maybe I wasn't, I was thinking within the primary residence, you have an ARU, and then a choice of on a secondary building, choose the external one, the accessory one, the separated one, choose between garden suite or a standalone ARU. But it would still end up being the same. You'd have a maximum of 3, but it wouldn't mean that you could have 3 separate buildings. You'd have the primary house with an apartment inside, and your choice of either a standalone ARU or a garden suite external to the primary building. That's what I was thinking.
Megan, can you give a quick description of what a garden suite would look like? Is it what they used to call in-law suite?
Yeah, and we consider them completely different from ARUs. So they aren't necessarily considered to be utilized as an ARU, but they're usually a temporary mobile structure that's supposed to be there for up to 20 years. And they kind of have I'm trying to think of a certain classification they have under the Ontario Building Code. They have a certain rectangular style, I would say, the traditional ones, and usually a size cap on them. But we consider them different. And the one thing I would clarify is the direction under the Planning Act and the official plan is that you ultimately need to allow an ARU in a house and in an ancillary building. So that to me is like a requirement that needs to be done. It's just a matter of, in addition to that, do you want to also allow a garden suite?
No.
Or not, as opposed to choosing, someone can choose, but I don't want to necessarily give the choosing option in the bylaw, if that makes sense. The bylaw needs to be clear one way or another.
Well, then if I could restate, Mr. Chair, then it's, the idea is if they've already chosen to have a garden suite, they have to wait until the garden suite's gone before they can build a freestanding ARU. Or if they've already have an ARU, they can't have a garden suite. We won't put the choice in the bylaw, but the idea is that the bylaw would enable either of those 2 freestanding buildings, but not both at the same time.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Council, you okay with that? Councillor Goida?
Yes.
Councillor Spillis?
Yes.
Councillor Bailey?
Yes, although I'm just wondering if the size of the lot makes any difference in this decision. Right? We could say yes for lots over whatever. How many?
Did you not say, Megan, that they have to prove that it's viable? So
sorry, I should correct myself. That's if it was a farm residence. If it's a garden suite, I don't think there needs to be a viability component. So if it's used for someone that maybe needs to be like close to home for care or just needs some alternative living arrangement, it's just different in terms of the temporary nature. But maybe what I think, to Councillor Bailey's point, is maybe we look into this a little bit more. We're hearing that there is kind of like a collective direction in one way, but if you want, we can look into establishing a minimum size to consider whether or not someone can have an ARUs plus a garden suite, and maybe.
I don't think that's the direction from council. It's so far I've heard from 3 of them, 4 of us, that it's one or the other. If one comes first, then the other. Right? Sorry, I don't know if I said that right, but if you have an ARU, then you're ineligible to do a granny suite. If you have a granny suite, you have to take down the granny suite to get the attached ARU. That's the direction we were. Now, I'm sorry, Councillor Bailey, and your concern was the size of what? The granny suite, or?
No, the size of the lot. So if you're on 100 acres, what does it matter if you've got four units, like 3 plus the granny suite? You know, I'm not seeing what the limit would be for.
Well, you have to draw the line in the sand somewhere, I believe, and that's what we've said is, well, traditionally you're only allowed 1. And we're opening it up now to 3. So I think we need to pause there and see the implications and see how it services the community, Okay. Driveways, good. The hazardous lands, I think that makes sense. Like, what do you consider hazardous lands? Hazardous?
Well, we're going to rely on each of the applicable conservation authorities, but floodplain prone areas and like erosion areas, and then slope hazards. Those are your typical top 3.
I'm comfortable with leaving that with the experts. Counselor, are you comfortable leaving it with the experts, that prohibition on hazardous lands? Nods, yeah. Consider reducing the height permissions from the current 8 meters. The only thing that came to my mind is in the no, I hope I'm not misspeaking here, but in the agricultural zone, like say there was an ARU or going in a garage, but it's servicing farm machinery, so it's high. That's my concern is, you know, if we reduce it because they park their tractors in there, but now they can't have a secondary unit up there because they can't reduce it, then they can't get their equipment in. That's why I wouldn't want to support reducing it, but I'll hear from council on that one. Councillor Balmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you make an excellent point, and the distinction could be that where the residential unit will be the sole use of the ARU, of the freestanding ARU, that's where the height limit applies. If it's going to be, you know, a garage with an apartment or whatever, then may not apply. But if it's part of the scaling control of a freestanding ARU, I think it'd be reasonable to have it if it is the sole use of the accessory building.
I'm comfortable with that. Councillor Goyda.
Yeah, one of the thoughts that I had was, so I think, you know, an 8 meters would seem excessive if it was the sole use of the building and the primary dwelling was a small little bungalow. But perhaps 8 meters is appropriate where the primary dwelling is a taller building. So I was wondering if perhaps a consideration for a height restriction no higher than the primary dwelling and up to a maximum of 8 meters might achieve that more appropriate scale as well.
What about the concern of parking farm equipment in there that's higher?
Yeah, and I think that would be perhaps more appropriately addressed through how Councillor Balmer has worded it.
Would you be comfortable with the way Councillor Balmer worded it, that it's just up to 8 meters if it's a secondary use, and then beyond that, then it captures it because then it reduces it down to a more normal height, because now it doesn't have that secondary use in it. You're not going to see an 8 meter high building with a single story bungalow.
Yeah, I think that captures. I think it does capture what I was thinking. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Spills.
I would like to leave it alone as is. I've seen minor variances where somebody's building a garage to accommodate his big trailer, and he needs extra height, and then he wants to put something on top of thing. And that clearly is higher than his current building. So I don't see that as being a concern. I remember having a minor variance where somebody wanted to build a garage be the same shape or size of the house because it's aesthetically pleasing. That would have exceeded 8 meters by, I forgot, it wasn't that much, but simply it was a garage and they were having a dwelling above the garage, and it was one of those that had a very steep roof. So I would just leave it alone type of thing. There's all kinds of permutations, combinations where you can have a main dwelling smaller than the say a garage beside it.
Okay. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, my question was just sort of what the intent is for reducing it, because in my mind an 8 meter was a 2-story, and and 4.5 is more of a 1-story. So if it's just to keep the standalone at a 1-story, that seems appropriate to me. But I see what we're saying about over a shed or over something, which might just be a once in a while type allowance. I'm not sure. Do we know why? Do we know if that was the intent, to try to keep it more of a 1-story, or what the other municipalities were doing?
So through the chair, the reason why we've put this on the list of considerations is that we found 8 meters is probably the highest of all the municipalities we looked at. It was more common to see 4.5, or we've seen up to 6.7. So we just flagged that as something that seemed maybe not common elsewhere, and wanted to maybe open that up for additional discussions. And, you know, I think, you know, it does make sense that it does give some flexibility, almost scenario based, where it gives flexibility if you're above a ancillary building. But maybe it doesn't make sense fully from a design and scale perspective if it's the sole use of the building. So yeah, like that's pretty much why we put it on this list to consider it, or maybe draw a distinction. Just looking for that kind of discussion. And the one thing I would just provide clarification on, not to be long-winded, but the way the Planning Act changes have been worded, it makes reference to ancillary buildings to a dwelling type, so single detached, semis, and row townhouses. So there's probably different interpretations out there, but my initial interpretation would be that it would have to be a structure ancillary to the house. So it wouldn't necessarily capture a storage building that might be either part of a primary use or ancillary to a farm. If that helps any at all, or adds more confusion.
That just confused the snot right out of me.
I'll try to paraphrase. Planning Act changes are very succinct, and it talks about, sorry, I'm heading down a path of just repeating myself. Sorry, I'm trying to think of a different way to say it. That these accessory buildings need to be accessory to the house.
Right, not to
But
the agricultural use that's maybe happening on the property. So I think, because you're gonna have to come back with another draft, correct?
Oh yeah, once we would actually prepare either like a finalized chart or a draft amending bylaw for the public meeting. So this is just like our preliminary discussions, and we want to know what council wants us to pursue and thinks that there's no municipal interest in.
I don't think there's appetite in reducing it carte blanche below 8 meters. I think there's, like you said, there's some different aspects. Why don't we leave it with you too, that component, to digest the comments you've heard, and you, when you come back, we'll have a new recommendation, and I'm pretty confident we're pretty close on it. If council's comfortable with that, leave that one with the staff to come back. Okay. This one here, considering reducing the maximum gross floor area from 130 meters squared, what does that work out to be, like 1,400 square feet or something? I don't know.
1,400, yeah.
I don't know even about necessarily reducing it, but I like the fact that the two are, that it's tied to a percentage. But my question is, and it'll relate back to what Councillor Bulmer mentioned earlier. Here's a scenario that maybe you have a bungalow that's 1,000 square feet, and say you have the son and daughter living there, or whatever makeup of the family it is, and they are growing their family, and they want to stay living in our community, and they want to build a accessory unit. Well, 400 square feet isn't going to be sufficient for them, because it's 40% of, or no, it's not, at 1,000 square feet. Whatever the math works out to be from 1,400, 40%. Why can't the accessory unit become the standalone original house, and then the new house be larger, so that if you multiply the new building by the 40%, it has to equal what the original one was, and that will help the families. So did I explain that okay?
Through the chair, sorry, Joanne, I love the talk today. Sorry. So you're describing a scenario almost like I'll refer to it as a conversion, where it's like the original house becomes the ARU, and then the new house can be the primary.
Right.
I don't necessarily think I think we've seen that as an approach that's been applied elsewhere, and I don't necessarily think it's something that we have to ingrain in terms of a zoning provision. But to me, it's more of an internal process. Heard out in Windsor through a recent OPPI event that in Windsor, they essentially do a change of use permit. And I think the town of Erin does something similar as well, where you just do a change of use permit, where it's essentially saying like your primary house now becomes your ARU. So there's a record of it. And then you have a new building permit for your primary dwelling. So to me, it's an internal process, and that we can capture that in like our public engagement as well, but not necessarily thinking it has to be a bylaw provision.
Okay, so if I just, because I was speaking first, I'll just ask council if they're supportive of that interpretation. Councillor Bulmer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I always refer to this as making sure that our staff have a an internal process or policy to guide order of operations, that it's the end result that matters, and that it's up to staff to make sure that we have an internal process that will allow just what you said. It shouldn't matter which building is there first. It's the zoning bylaw that will enable what's there in the end. And we need to enable internal processes to help our residents achieve that, regardless of which building is there first. So yeah, I don't have an issue, and I agree with the planners. It doesn't need to be ingrained in the planning document, but it needs to be done locally. Thanks.
Councillor Goida?
Yes, I agree 100% that it should be able to go the opposite way as well, that the existing primary residence becomes the ARU, and the new building becomes the primary residence, and just sort of, if it's not in the bylaw, so be it, but just outlining that is a possibility, and how to go about doing that, because I don't think the path is clear.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Spillis?
Yeah, I agree with that. Are we saying that we're okay staying the 130 square meters? I'm okay with that personally.
I'll revisit that. Councillor Ballmer, are you okay with the 130?
Yeah, I think that's good. That's perfect.
Councillor Goida?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I saw Councillor Spillis. Back to you, in case you had another comment.
No, that's good.
Okay, Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I'm just reading this, and it's they're asking us to consider reducing the maximum gross floor area from 130. So I haven't heard anybody say they would want it reduced. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. My only issue, and I know I asked Glenn this question, I know it's not tracked, but to me it all boils down to what the use is for, because square footage for one single person, that would be a huge amount. Now I guess you don't need it. Doesn't have to be that amount, but that's just the max.
That's right. That's the max. Yeah.
Family of 4. So yeah, I'm fine leaving that in there.
Okay. The last reference, Ontario Building Code requirements. That's just for you guys cleaning up the policy. And Councillor Ballmer gave clarification on the MDS that if you have a barn on your own property, that doesn't preclude you from having your ARU. So just council, you're comfortable with that? Head nods. Yep. All right, Megan and Joanna, anything I've missed? Good. Councillor Spillis.
Our bylaw says that the building has to be within 15 meters of the main residence. I wonder if that's appropriate, given that we're going to do this. Is that still appropriate? That's what I'm asking.
Thanks, Councillor. I had that flagged as well, and I forgot to mention it, but yeah, I think, what is that, 45 feet? I don't know. Is it, now that we've given you direction, Megan and Joanna, that we would permit a secondary standalone structure, maybe what are your thoughts right off the top of your head about the 15-meter maximum separation? Is it not, Councillor Spillis?
Yes.
Through the mayor, the official plan does have requirements that need to be addressed within the zoning bylaw when an additional residential unit is within an ancillary building. And one of those requirements is that the unit is located within the main building cluster on the property. So that 15 meters is meant to keep that unit within the cluster. So that's the intent. And that's kind of the requirement within the official plan when we're updating it. That's reflective of that requirement, but there's no distance that's within the bylaw. It's just keeping them within the cluster of the main buildings, if that makes sense.
I think 45 feet's a little short. I'm looking out my window and my lot's 80 feet wide, and it's not a heck of a lot of room, especially if it's a secondary full structure. We could have a young family there, then everybody's going to be on top of each other, and maybe bring back some other options for us in the next draft on that. What you would consider still in the cluster. Councillor Ballmer?
Thank you very much. I share some of your thoughts on this. It's, but at the same time, I understand the desire to create a cluster. And if you already have other buildings on the property, if I think of my own case like you did yours, we already have a cluster, and there may be a spot within the cluster that's more than 15 meters away from the existing house, but would still meet the test of being within the cluster. And perhaps if the only secondary structure was the ARU, and there is no cluster, the 15 meters is an appropriate starting point. Because there's always the minor variance if that doesn't work. But where there's an existing cluster of buildings, then that's another definition. It could be maybe a dual test where there is no existing cluster, it has to be within X meters, but where there's an existing cluster, it has to be, within whatever that existing scale is. Maybe they can come back with something to that end. But I see your concern. 15 meters it may not be right for me either, but I could still make it fit on the same driveway and within what anybody would understand as a cluster of buildings.
Councillor Goyda?
Yeah, I don't necessarily have an alternate number to suggest. I see the value in keeping the cluster together, but what that appropriate number should be, I don't really know. I guess I would look to staff to explain what the greatest distance would be that they would consider to still be within the cluster.
Okay. Councillor Spoulos?
I agree with Councillor Goyda's assessment. Let's ask staff to come up with a reasonable number that they believe would still be considered part of the cluster. I think 15 meters, it seems quite narrow. Short, I should say.
Okay, Councillor Bailey.
I think 15 meters does seem a little small, and I think we did just have someone come and delegate to us asking for relief of that. I'm wondering, has Puslinch had a lot of minor variance applications to get relief of that, or does it seem like a reasonable number that's working?
In terms of minor variance, we've had one that was, I forgot, it's quite a fair distance away, over 75 meters, and that was not considered to be a minor variance. So it should be coming back for a rezoning type of thing. But in terms of additional dwellings, all the ones seem to be, can I recall, are within 15 meters. I don't recall anything being greater than 15 meters right now. But of course, they were to say a garage that's being built and somebody's going to go on top, and you want the garage as close as possible to your main building. But if we're looking at a standalone structure, it's a different animal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. I just wondered if the setbacks influenced the 15 meters at all on some lots.
Well, it definitely would. You have to do your setbacks. You know, there might be lots in the residential areas where they can't even be 15 meters from the other building. It's going to be very site specific, but
through the mayor, just to add some context, I think previously, and just to realize these bylaw provisions are like about three a little bit older. I think the idea was that ARUs that were in a detached building would connect to existing wells and septic systems. So there was always probably that intent to, like, it's meeting the cluster requirement, but then, hopefully everyone's sharing services. And I think time is showing that that's not always the case. And maybe it's not necessarily feasible to expand your septic or to tap into an existing well. You might have to get your own separate services. So we can definitely look in at what other communities are doing to broaden that setback.
Okay. All right. So that's clarity. Ms. White Fox, did we have the resolution?
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
The council receives the County of Wellington Planning Information Report regarding additional residential units, ARUs, zoning bylaw amendment. And the council directs staff to proceed with public engagement in accordance with the zoning bylaw amendment requirements, including the use of engaged Puslinch. And that council directs staff to proceed with scheduling a public meeting to include the following list of proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw. 1 through 7 as presented in the report. Revise number 8 to state consideration be given to reducing the height permissions from the current 8 meters where the sole use of the ARU is residential. Remove.
Hold on, sorry,
Oh,
Ms.
sorry.
White Fox. That number 8, we didn't want it changed. Is that what you just mentioned?
Sorry, I thought that there was some discussion about giving consideration where there is a sole use in the ARU in reduction of height.
Sorry, I guess the direction is there. I don't know. I'm confused. I believe the direction of council was just to basically report back on that, but we didn't agree with reducing it. Was that the general direction? Councillor Ballmer?
Well, it was mixed. I mean, I think there were 2 or 3 of us that thought it would be possible to have a dual approach to accommodate both a taller or a shorter. And then there was some concerns that just leave it as it is. But that's how I interpreted the discussion.
Megan?
To the mayor, could I just ask a clarification question?
Sure.
Is it possible that we could take all of this dialogue and receive it as information and help direct us moving forward, but maybe it doesn't need to be a specific direction in a resolution? Can we maybe be that flexible?
Yeah.
I think the reality is we still want to do public engagement, and we definitely have direction from council where you don't want us to go, and that's what we really needed.
So Ms. White Fox, if we could just be receiving the report for information and proceed as directed, or even just as information, I think it's fine.
Do we want to keep the portion of the resolution that talks about proceeding with public engagement?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I've removed the details about what was discussed with items 1 through 11, and it just will state that staff can proceed with public engagement and scheduling a public meeting with the direction given at the council meeting.
Perfect. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Goyda, we might already had a mover, but Councillor Bailey, all in favor. Councillor Ballmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
Councillor Spillis?
Favor.
Councillor Bailey?
Favor.
Excellente. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
always wonderful. Nice to meet you. Thank you for joining
Thank
us.
you. Pleasure to meet you guys.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I was wondering if we can have Megan stay around for 10.1, the County Wellington comments with respect to Hamilton Conservation Authority.
Megan, what's your schedule like?
I do have a 3 p.m. meeting that I don't think I can miss.
So keep it brief, councilors. Okay.
Is that something we could work with?
Yes, we're going to
Okay.
do it right now. 10.1. All right, Councilor Ballmer, do you have any questions for Megan on this one?
Great report. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Goyda?
Yep, I have no new comments to add, but I agree with the points made in the letter, so thank you.
Okay, Councilor Spillis?
Now, we're likely to get a similar request from the preeminent conservation area, Grand River Conservation Authority. And I was wondering if it makes sense to the county to consider offsetting guidelines in the current rework of the county official plan. The report addresses a small piece of Puss Lynch, whereas the Grand River Conservation Area is pretty well most of the Puss Lynch and a lot of the county as well.
Ms. Ferris?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I can definitely pass along that comment to our policy team as they're working through the MCR process. It is quite as you've heard earlier on, it's going to be heavily phased. So where those offsetting guidelines might be considered might be some time down the road, and it might not line up with the GRCA future offsetting guidelines. But another thing to just consider, and just putting it out there, it's just, even if these offsetting guidelines do come down the pipe from the various conservation authorities, I think it gives reason to pause for both the county and the township to really contemplate, even if they are being presented, what scenarios they'd be utilized in, and if they really make sense from a philosophical perspective, if that's really what the county and the municipalities want to see. for someone who doesn't have an ecological background, it is an interesting concept. So it's just something to ponder in the future, even if the GRCA does bring something forward.
Okay. Follow up, Councillor Spillis, or?
I'm good as long as staff bring it back to their respective bosses to address it sometime in the future.
Okay, Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, nothing to add. Thank you. Good report.
All right. Okay, Megan. Thank you. Ms. Hoyfox, you can
Thank
read that
you.
resolution, please.
Council received correspondence item 10.1 regarding County of Wellington comments relating to the Hamilton Conservation Authority proposed offsetting guidelines for information.
You can move her, please. Councillor Spillis, seconded by Councillor Goida. All in favor, Councillor
In
Ballmer.
favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Councillor Spillis.
Favor.
Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
Excellent. All right, Ms. White Fox. See you, Megan. Bye, Joanna. Ms. White Fox, when you have a moment, I'll let you remove them. You can read the resolution for 10.2.
Council received correspondence item 10.2 regarding the Mini Lakes Capital Project update for information.
You're gonna move her for that, please.
I'll move.
Councillor Ballmer, second by Councillor Spillis. Councillor Ballmer, any questions? In favor?
In favor, no questions.
Okay, Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Okay, Councillor Spillis.
In favor, no questions.
Okay, Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
All right. 10.4, Ms. White Fox.
That council received correspondence item 10.4 regarding St. Mary's Cement CBM Aggregates Post-Lunch PQA Pit acoustical audit for 2021.
Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Spillis, seconded by Councillor Goida. All in favor, Councillor Ballmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Councillor Spillis.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
Okay, 10.5, we did that one. All right, council reports, anything from council members? No. Bylaws, Ms. White Fox.
We don't have any bylaws today.
Oh, sorry. There you go. And closed session.
The council shall go into closed session under section 239 of the Municipal Act for the purpose of adoption and receipt of the previous closed minutes from September 22nd, 2021 and October 13th, 2021, and the confidential report from Lynn Banks, Development and Legislative Coordinator, and Jeff Bunn, Deputy Clerk, regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, being cemetery lands.
Excellent. Can I get a mover for that, please?
Move it.
Councillor Spillis, seconded by Councillor Ballmer. I saw you raise your hand. All in favor, Councillor Ballmer.
Favor.
In favor.
Councillor Goida, yeah. Councillor Spillis.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey. She's in favor. We're good.
Better be careful if we go to an auction and you're the auctioneer.
Yeah, you just move a shoulder and you're gonna buy something.
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. White Fox, you have a resolution for us?
The council moves into open session at 3:06 p.m.
Can I get a mover for that, please?
I'll move.
Councillor Ballmer, seconded by Councillor Spillis. All in favor, Councillor Ballmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Councillor Spillis.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
Favor.
All right. Is there another resolution, Ms.
Yes.
White Fox?
The council receives the adoption and receipt of the previous closed minutes for September 22nd, 2021 and October 13th, 2021. And the council receives the confidential report from Lynn Banks, Development and Legislative Coordinator, and Jeff Bunn, Deputy Clerk, regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, being the cemetery lands, and that staff proceed as directed.
Okay, can I get a mover, please? Councillor Goida, seconder, Councillor Ballmer. All in favor? Councillor
In
Ballmer.
favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Councillor Spillis.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
Favor.
All right. Business arising from the closed. Notice motion. New business. All right, any announcements? No. Okay. Confirmatory bylaw.
Following bylaw be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2021-057, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council for the corporation of the Township of Portland at its meeting held on the 3rd day of November 2021.
The mover for that, please. Councillor Bailey. So I move your arm, seconded by Councillor Spoulis. All in favor. Councillor Balmer.
In favor?
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Councillor Spoulis.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
Favor.
And adjournment, please, Ms. White Fox.
The council hereby adjourns at 3:07 PM.
Mover, please.
Move.
Seconded by Councillor Bailey. All in favor. Councillor Balmer.
In favor?
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Councillor Spoulis.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
Favor.
Good job, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good evening.
Thank
You
you.
too.
See you
It's
all.
afternoon, Glenn. It's afternoon still.